they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Are you working way too hard for way too little? There's never been a better time to consider a career in IT. You could enjoy a recession-resistant career in a rewarding field with plenty of growth opportunities and often flexible work environments. Go to My Computer Career and take the free career evaluation. You could start your new career in months, not years. Take classes online or on campus, and financial aid is available to qualified students, including the GI Bill. Now is the time. mycomputercareer.edu.
Summer's in full swing, and you know what that means. Temperatures are hot, grills are hot, and the deals are hotter than fire at Omaha Steaks. That's right, America's original butcher is heating up the summer with blazing hot deals on mouth-watering grilling favorites guaranteed to tantalize your taste buds. Go to omahasteaks.com and enter Garden in the search bar, and for a limited time you can score 32 delicious grilling essentials, including 12 free burgers from Omaha Steaks for just $99.99. You'll get 4 of their world-famous fork tender filet mignons, 4 air-chilled boneless chicken breasts, 4 boneless pork chops, 4 gourmet jumbo franks, and so much more for 62% off the regular price. The Hotter Than Fire Pack is your chance to score unreal savings on unrivaled quality from America's original butcher. Go to omahasteaks.com and enter Garden in the search bar today. This exclusive offer is only available for a limited time, and you're not going to want to miss it.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
Attention, this is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why Carshield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote.
Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-898-6155. That's 800-898-6155. What do you have to lose? Call 800-898-6155. Again, 800-898-6155.
Advertisement sponsored by Allied Injury Group, not available in all states. This important message from Allied Injury Group reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve financial compensation for your medical expenses, lost wages, pain, and suffering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. Work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-781-1815. That's 800-781-1815. Again, 800-781-1815.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Giants baseball, nothing like it.
Diving stab, Crawford throws to first. He got him. What a play.
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco.
There goes Sable. The pitch is swung on and missed. The throw goes down to second. The tag, and he's out. A strikeout, throw out, double play.
One to Benson, a swing and a high drive, deep left center field. Going back on it, Matos. He's looking up. It is gone. Will Benson homers for the second straight night. This one a 3-run blast.
Shock swing, and it's a bouncer up the first base side. Gloved by Strand. He throws the second in time there. The relay back to first in time there. It is a double play. Coming in to score is VR.
Sable swings. It's a high fly ball left field. It's carrying. Benson back, gets turned around at the track. He's at the wall. It is gone. Opposite field, home run to left. Blake Sable leading off in the 7th. Home run number 11 on the year for Sable.
Ground ball back to the mound off the glove of Diaz. He scrambles after it, picks it up, underhands it to first for the out. And the Reds snap a 6-game losing streak and end the Giants' 7-game winning streak at the same time.
And that should do it.
Yeah, that should do it for the Giants' 7-game winning streak and the end of the Reds' 6-game losing streak. What's up, everybody? Happy Thursday morning. It is the Waterboy Marquis Boucher back again with Overnight Dave, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning and actually taking you all the way up to first pitch, 9:35 a.m. on the Sports Leader. Pre-game coverage on the Murphy Mac Show starts at 8:35 a.m. So go ahead and just rip the knob off the dial right now and be locked in to the next 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours of Giants baseball on your radio. And it starts this morning by taking a look at the end of the Giants' 7-game winning streak and a 3-2 loss against the Cincinnati Reds. And no, I'm not going to come on the air this morning and act like the sky is falling because they've lost their first game on the second half of the All-Star break. Hell, they lost their first game of the road trip. So I think when you're looking at what has happened so far, after sweeping the Pittsburgh Pirates, after taking the first 2 games in Cincinnati, things are looking all right for the San Francisco Giants right now as they're currently sitting with a 54-42 record. And just in case you are bummed out that the Giants lost last night, I got some good news for you this morning. The Dodgers also lost last night.
Anyways, yeah, the Dodgers.
Blank the Dodgers. The Padres, I saw them get the win, and I saw the D-backs get a win also. So the Giants are currently sitting in 3rd place in the NL West, technically tied with the Arizona Diamondbacks, but because ESPN has them below the D-backs, I'm going to say they're in 3rd. They might be in 2nd. Pick your poison. Either way, they are sitting atop still of the wild card standings right now. And that was probably my biggest takeaway from yesterday's game. Watching this matchup between the Reds and the Giants, which has been one hell of a series so far to kick off the second half of the season. And it also might sneakily be a playoff preview, as the Cincinnati Reds are in first place in the NL Central. This is a matchup that we could see later on this year getting into the month of October. And what we've seen from these two young teams is essentially the future of baseball. Hell, you're talking about maybe 2 future powerhouses in the National League. We spent a lot of time this week talking about Ellie De La Cruz, the shortstop / 3rd baseman sensation for the Cincinnati Reds, who's out here still in 2nd, 3rd home against teams left and right. We've talked about Christian Encarnacion Strand, the guy out of Castro Valley, local Bay Area kid who hit his first home run for the Cincinnati Reds against the Giants. You can look no further than a guy who's on the mound today, Andrew Abbott, who's having a phenomenal year for the Cincinnati Reds, is a lefty, has like a 2.45 ERA. Another young stud coming up in this Reds prospect system. And to be honest with you, I think the Giants got a little lucky by missing out by not facing Hunter Green, who is their number 1 prospect ahead of all these guys who made his MLB debut last year. He's the kid that throws 100 miles per hour. is absolutely filthy, but he's on the shelf with an injury right now. So the Giants were able to avoid Hunter Green, but are still taking on some of the prospects from this Cincinnati Reds roster. And like I said, we're looking at a potential playoff preview, and we're looking at a matchup today where the Giants still have a chance to go out there and win 3 out of 4 games against a playoff team. And on the other side of the matchup against Andrew Abbott today will be Alex Cobb, your all-star from the San Francisco Giants, who's having a phenomenal year himself with a 2.82 ERA. So we'll see if Cobb can use some of that momentum from the all-star game to continue what is maybe the best season of his career at 35 years old to get the Giants back on track before they go out to Washington over the weekend and have a quick stop off in Detroit to play the Tigers for one little game in Detroit. Shout out OD and everybody out in Detroit. I don't know if you want to take a one-day trip out there, but hey, it's on the Giants' schedule before they come back home next week for the Battle of the Bay.
No.
But there are plenty of questions to think about here in the Bay Area. What's going to happen at the MLB trade deadline, especially after the news yesterday that Brandon Crawford has been placed on the IL with knee inflammation. Now you're looking at a middle of the infield that's missing Brandon Crawford, that's missing Thairo Estrada. I know we've seen a lot of Casey Schmidt lately. We've seen a lot of Brett Wisely lately, but it does open up the door for maybe a trade to be made by Farhan in this front office. Whether it is a guy like Tim Anderson with the Chicago White Sox, who's a perennial 300 hitter, but somehow, some way is only hitting like 220 this year. He's fallen off the map, but he might be cheap at the trade deadline. A guy like Brandon Donovan. There's a bunch of names floating out there. So we'll see what Farhan and the front office decides to do in the wake of this Brandon Crawford injury.
Trade me right now.
They could go to the trade market or they can go to the farm system. It's something that we brought up yesterday with Marco Luciano, the stud sensation that we've been talking about since he was 16 years old. Well, he's finally made his way to AAA, now playing with the Sacramento Rivercats, made his debut last night. Saw a couple photos of him on the field. And now we're maybe in a situation where he could either A, get called up at some point this season, which I do think is highly unlikely, or B, maybe he will be on the trade market to go out to get a middle infielder, or hell, maybe he's throwing in a package for Shohei Ohtani, because it seems like everybody's talking about the Shohei sweepstake. There's a lot of news going on down in AAA outside of Marco Luciano. We look at a guy like Joey Bart, who's got 13 hits in his last 14 games, raising up his trade value if that's a road they want to go down. We mentioned Elliot Ramos being one of the hottest hitters in AAA right now. That's another prospect that never really panned out, even though he is younger than guys like Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey, I believe. Elliot Ramos only 23, 24 years old. But his trade value is at an all-time high. And then, hell, who knows what's going to happen with a guy like David Villar, who had the opportunity to start at third base to start the season, lost his job to J.D. Davis, who was dealing with a stomach bug yesterday, so he was not available. But David Villar might be one of these guys on the trade package also, as you are looking for a middle infielder. I know David Villar can play a little bit of second base, but we'll see how all these pieces and puzzle pieces fall out over the next week or so before the MLB trade deadline, especially depending on the severity of these injuries to Thairo Estrada, who we were told is going to be out 4 to 6 months, or 4 to 6 weeks. Don't want to throw that out there. It's Mitch Haniger, who's out there for almost 4 to 6 months with that broken forearm. The Brandon Crawford injury doesn't sound too serious, but we all know with Brandon Crawford being at this point of his career, when you start talking about knee injuries, it's not a path you want to go down. So again, it's going to set up the Giants for an interesting trade deadline where it's looking like they're going to be buyers since they are 10 games above 500, as I mentioned, right in the mix for the NL West and right in the mix for the wild card standings as well. So if Alex Cobb goes out there, gets the job done, the Giants should be looking pretty in front of a weekend out in Washington. And the way that the bullpen is actually set up today, it's in good shape. We spent a lot of yesterday's show talking about Camilo Doval, the 2 saves in one day, and how impressive of a performance that was. We also should mention Tyler Rogers with that inside pickoff move to Ellie De La Cruz in Game 1, and Taylor Rogers coming into Game 2, which led to questions about who would be available out of the bullpen yesterday for the San Francisco Giants. Well, luckily for them, Ross Stripling actually gave them 6 innings of quality baseball. Got the quality start, got 6 innings pitched, allowed 3 runs, and really only ran into one problem when Benson took him deep in the 3rd inning. Really outside of that, I think Ross Stripling had a pretty impressive performance, so impressive that I thought maybe he would go out there for the 7th inning after only throwing 76 pitches. But Gabe Kapler spoke after the game and talked about how Ross Stripling is still recovering from his IL stint, that he's only been off for less than a month now. I want to say it was around June 25th, 28th when he was reinstated from the injured list. And ever since then, he's put up decent numbers. Hasn't allowed more than 3 runs in any game. Yesterday was actually the highest allowed earned runs total in a start since he came back from the IL. But also, you could look deeper inside those numbers and say that yesterday was the deepest he's gone all season, going 6 innings. Before that, it was only 4 2/3, 3 2/3, 2 innings, and 3 innings pitch. So this is still a Ross Stripling that's looking for his first win of the year. He's 0-2 on this season. And I believe, actually, yesterday they had Sean Manaea up at the bullpen. They ended up not having to use him. Ryan Walker came in for 2 innings. But there I was sitting on my couch watching a game last night going, Ross Stripling and Sean Manaea in the same game. That's $24 million worth of starting pitchers. Again, I'm just saying, I would rather use that money on a $20 million contract for Kevin Gausman than giving Sean Manaea and Ross Stripling $12 million apiece. But hey, can't cry over spilt milk. Gausman's an all-star with the Toronto Blue Jays. Carlos Rodon is out with the New York Yankees, getting swept by the Anaheim Angels and blowing kisses to Yankee fans. So the Rooster has not had a great start in New York, not like Kevin Gausman has had out in Toronto. But back to what I was talking about with Ross Stripling and Sean Manaea, the way that these guys pitch over the next week is also going to determine whether or not the Giants will be looking to add an additional arm in that rotation. But I think the solution's pretty simple. Go get Shohei Ohtani. He'll give you an arm. He'll give you a bat. Hell, I'm sure he can play middle infield. I wouldn't be surprised if there's anything on the baseball field that Shohei Ohtani can't do. Again, that's after he hit, another triple yesterday or the day before against the Yankees. This guy leads Major League Baseball in home runs and in triples. His speed is severely underrated, really doing impeccable things. I saw someone post stats of like the first 10 years of Babe Ruth's career versus the first 10 of Shohei Ohtani. If this guy continues to do this for the next 10 years, this guy will go down as the greatest of all time, which is going to lead to everybody and their mamas trying to get involved in the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes, not only at the trade deadline, but next year in free agency also. So there are a ton of storylines to talk about with your San Francisco Giants being back in action today, 9:35, as I said, 8:30 pregame. Diamond Notes, this date in Giants history with Murph and Mac. But I also want to talk about the other Giants in the sports world. The New York Giants on the other side, and more specifically, Saquon Barkley, who hopped on a podcast yesterday to talk about the running back market. Him, guys like Josh Jacobs, Tony Pollard, what's going on, why is Dalvin Cook a free agent? And hell, we even had Christian McCaffrey check in yesterday to talk about the running back market. Christian McCaffrey, of course, is the highest paid running back in the league, but there's still 17 or 18 other wide receivers who are paid more than Christian McCaffrey. So on the other side, we'll let you hear that sound from Saquon Barkley on whether or not he will hold out this year and where running backs should be valued in the NFL. If you think they should be making more than other positions, and if you agree with the franchise tag and the NFL kind of holding these players hostages, don't want to say hostages, they're still making millions and millions of dollars, but we'll break down the salary pay on the other side. Take a look at Saquon Barkley, who the 49ers are scheduled to face in Week 3 of the NFL season next year. We'll take a look at Josh Jacobs and Jimmy Garoppolo out in Las Vegas, who is the first preseason matchup for the 49ers. So we'll talk plenty of football on the other side. Can even give a shout-out to the U.S. Open this weekend. I know it starts today. Murph is a big fan. I'm sure he'll break down some golf with Mark Cannizzaro coming on later today. The Women's World Cup is also starting up. We could talk a little soccer maybe later on. But on the other side, we will continue talking Giants, New York Giants, and then the San Francisco Giants to get you ready for today's rubber match, getaway day. Hell, I don't know what you want to call it. Giants are looking to take 3 or 4 against the Cincinnati Reds. And Dave, it's a Thursday. We're drinking at noon. I was drinking at noon yesterday down at San Jose Muni, checking out the San Jose Giants, who got a win yesterday. Great day down at the ballpark. We'll continue to talk Giants and Giants on the other side all show long. It's Marquis Boucher on a Thursday morning. We're drinking at noon on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. My off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
Well, the prices are going down at the running back position, and we've got 3 players right now who are on the tag who don't have long-term deals. But Tony Pollard has signed his franchise tender. He is obligated to report to camp with the rest of the team, but Saquon Barkley and Josh Jacobs are not. They do not have to be there, and they will not be there when training camp opens, and there's a real possibility that we will not see them until the end of the summer, if then. And there are other issues at the running back position. We saw 2 running backs take pay cuts this offseason. We saw Aaron Jones take one in Green Bay, Joe Mixon take one in Cincinnati. So top shelf running backs who produce big numbers for their teams are working this upcoming season on reduced salaries because that's part of the trend at the position.
Hey, it's Gabe Kapler, and you're listening to the Leadoff Spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hey, it's the Waterboy Marquis Boucher, and you are listening to the Leadoff Spot. And yes, Gabe Kapler, we are talking Giants this morning.
Giants.
Just right now, we're taking a little detour from the San Francisco Giants, who had their 7-game winning streak snapped yesterday in Cincinnati against the Reds. They're back in action today at 9:35. But I want to take a quick second to talk about the New York Giants. And as you heard Adam Schefter break down it for you on the rejoin, we're talking about the running back market and more specifically Saquon Barkley, who is the latest victim of the franchise tag in the NFL. And this is something that's been happening for years and years and years now. We've seen kind of the devaluation of running backs and how the contract has continued to decline and how essentially ever since the NFL rookie salary cap came in for rookies being drafted, it has now given NFL GMs a formula to succeed without paying running backs. And that formula is pretty simple. You draft a 21, 22-year-old running back. If you take him in the first round, you get that 5th-year option. That takes him all the way till he's 26, 27, 28 years old. And then you dump him, maybe franchise tag him for 1 year, get him at a $10 million price, and then you move on and you draft a brand new running back. We've seen it with the young quarterbacks from around the NFL. The best way to win right now, the best way to win a championship roster is to win with a quarterback on a rookie deal. That's why the 49ers are set up for success right now with all the talent they have on both sides of the ball, and a reason why they can afford to pay Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, and so on, is because you have Brock Purdy and Trey Lance both on rookie contracts. So this is something that's not new to anybody, and it shouldn't surprise anybody. But it is surprising to me to see that as a position player, excluding kickers, NFL running backs have the lowest franchise tag in the entire NFL. $10 million, which again is nothing to laugh or scoff at. I would love to get paid $10 million. Dave, I do a hell lot of them more than running a football to make $10 million. But when you compare that around the league, you look at the franchise tag number for tight ends. It's $11 million. The highest paid running back in the NFL, Christian McCaffrey, $16.5 million. Darren Waller, who just got traded from the Las Vegas Raiders to New York Giants, makes $17 million per year. You take a look around, safeties, $14 million. Corner, $18 million. Linebacker, $20 million. Defensive end, $19 million. Defensive tackle, $18 million. Offensive line, $18 million. Wide receiver, $19 million. Quarterbacks, $32 million on the franchise tag. And again, if you don't know how the franchise tag rule works, you get franchise tag for 1 season and you get paid an average of the top 3 or top 5 players at your position. So you look at a guy like Kirk Cousins with the Minnesota Vikings, who got franchise tagged over and over again. I want to say it was 2, maybe even 3 consecutive years. I think 3 might be the limit. And that was a guy who cashed in, and some people say he took advantage of those 1-year deals, getting paid at the top of the market. But here's the thing. The lifespan of a quarterback is much longer than a running back. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out. Look at Tom Brady playing until he's 80 years old. Look at Aaron Rodgers now going into his 40s with the New York Jets. You don't see too many 40-year-old running backs. The only guy that was hanging around is someone like Frank Gore, and he wasn't getting paid $15, $20 million a year, and I think that's what it comes back to. With these young running backs, when they are drafted in these first rounds, with that rookie salary cap, they never really have a chance to get that big payday. So I do feel bad for guys like Josh Jacobs, who led the entire NFL in rushing yards last year. His value is at an all-time high. When is he going to have the opportunity to get a bigger contract than he would right now? But because of the franchise tag rules, the owners are able to slap it on him and keep him for another year against his will, because it sounded like Josh Jacobs does not want to go line up behind Jimmy Garoppolo playing for Josh McDaniels for $10 million. And again, $10 million is nothing to laugh at, but when you compare it to other people's salaries, it is a big gap. It's a huge gap. And it's something that we've seen year after year after year. You heard Adam Schefter talk about Dalvin Cook being cut. You look at Ezekiel Elliott, who might be the man who screwed it up for everybody, who's actually one of those running backs that got a big contract. Then Zeke let himself eat, got out of shape, and all of a sudden got his job taken by Tony Pollard. But now here's Tony Pollard playing on the franchise tag deal. So it seems like we're in an endless loop, and the next guys up on the loop are guys like Saquon Barkley and Josh Jacobs. And now since these two players have been franchise tagged, the rest of the NFL, or should I say the running back community, is not happy about it. And that's why there's reports that these veteran running backs and even active running backs right now in the NFL are forming a group chat to try to combat these issues that they're doing right now at the NFL level. So you'll have guys like Christian McCaffrey checking in on this story, talking about how he thinks it's criminal to not play the three best players in the league, or three of the best players in the league, regardless of their position. You look at Derrick Henry, a.k.a. King Henry, who is one of the few running backs in the league that probably gets more touches than wide receivers, quarterbacks, and tight ends combined on his team with the heavy usage that they use out in Tennessee. He took to Twitter yesterday to say, at this point, just take the running back position out of the game then. The ones that want to be great and work as hard as they can to give it all to their organization just seem like it doesn't even matter. I'm with every running back that's fighting to get what they deserve. We'll check in with Najee Harris, who the 49ers will see in week 1 out in Pittsburgh, the kid out of Antioch, who just simply said, shake my head. This is crazy. And it is kind of crazy to think about these players in the NFL, like a Christian McCaffrey, who's the highest paid guy, only making $16 million a year. You take a look at the 17 wide receivers who are making more money than him, guys like Christian Kirk, guys like Deontay Johnson, hell, even Hunter Renfrow, the slot wide receiver from the Raiders, is making $15.5 million, almost the same as the highest paid running back in the league. And here's the thing, when you look at a guy like Christian McCaffrey, he's the highest paid running back because he is a dual threat ability. He's damn near a wide receiver. And if you want to be honest, if you're comparing him to somebody like Deebo Samuel, who got the big contract last year, had a little bit of a letdown season, was pretty harsh on himself this offseason, look at the contract difference. And if we're looking into the future with the 49ers and what they're going to do with Brandon Ayuk, if they can afford to keep both Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, and even Christian McCaffrey in the backfield, I would say Deebo's the odd man out. And I know everybody loves Deebo here. Everybody likes when he shows up on his bike, jacking fools' chains and running people over. But here's the thing. Christian McCaffrey can essentially do everything that Deebo does. I think the one thing that Deebo has the advantage of is he runs with a more violent intention, gives you more of that hard-nosed style football. But again, what can he do that Christian McCaffrey can't? And then you throw in the contract status of it all, and Deebo Samuel is making, what is it now, $24 million? That's almost $10 million more than Christian McCaffrey, who, again, I think can do everything that Deebo does and maybe even more, lining up out of the backfield. So that leads to questions to guys like McCaffrey, guys like Austin Eckler, who's with the LA Chargers, who requested a trade this offseason, one of the best receiving backs in the league. But I think also you can throw Saquon Barkley into that conversation as a guy that is severely underrated with his swing route screens and everything he does out of the backfield for the New York Giants. And really, he has been the only reason to cheer if you are a Giants fan over the last couple of years. And if you're asking me, he's more important to that team than a guy like Daniel Jones is. So I think the New York Giants had it kind of backwards by giving the contract to Danny Jones and franchising Saquon Barkley. If it was me, I would have paid Saquon Barkley and franchise tag Daniel Jones, who really has only had one successful year in the NFL. Congrats, he beat Kirk Cousins and the Vikings in the playoff last year, but I'm still not overly impressed by Danny Dimes. But I have been impressed with Saquon Barkley and the way he's been handling this entire topic and situation. And yesterday he actually took to a podcast, the Money Talk podcast, to talk about what's going on currently in the NFL with the current NFL franchise tag, the running back salary situation, and whether or not he thinks it's fair that running backs are being offered $10 million per year on that franchise tag.
You can't just come out here and be like, nah, that. Like, I need something that's fair. Like, I want something that's fair. Because, like, fair, what we talking about? Like, at the end of the day, like, we talk, a tag is still $10 million. And I'm well aware of that. And $10 million is a lot of money. A lot of money. And when you especially look at the economics of our country, and you look at the people in our country and where the poverty rate is, and I'm a person that comes from that, like, it's hard to be like, you know what, like, you see it on TV, on ESPN, Saquon reportedly turned down this, turned down that, like, and you got fans like, how much do you want? Like, we just want you to be here, this and that, third. Like, that's when it gets a little more upsetting to me, because it's like, but that's not the whole story. Like, I know I'm not leaking out these stories, and who's the source, and then the third. Like, I don't want to come off like I'm greedy. I don't want to come off like I'm arrogant. Like, at the end of the day, you still got to do what's right for you, though. And $10 million is a lot of money. But when you talk about, I know what Derrick Henry signed for. I know what Nick Chubb signed for. I know what Dalvin Cook contract previously was. I know what Christian McCaffrey contract is. He's the highest. He's at like $16 million. And I'm not even asking. Of course. I'm not even asking to be the highest paid. In my belief, I believe I'm the best running back in the NFL.
And I don't know if I'd say he's the best running back in the NFL. He's certainly in the conversation with guys like Christian McCaffrey, which means he should be around the same salary as Christian McCaffrey. And you heard him talk about Derrick Henry, who we all know is a god of a running back. He makes $12.5 million per year. Nick Chubb with the Cleveland Browns makes $12 million per year. Alvin Kamara, $15 million. And when we talked about Joe Mixon earlier taking a pay cut, his salary is down to $5 million per year. Again, this is nothing to scoff or turn your nose at. It's millions of dollars. But in comparison to other positions, it was surprising to me to see that the running backs are valued the lowest, which, again, people will come back with a counter argument. Even the team that pays the most for a running back, like the San Francisco 49ers, will point out guys like Elijah Mitchell, Jeff Wilson, Raheem Mostert, guys that you can draft at the end of the draft and step in and be those guys. Look at the Kansas City Chiefs with Isaiah Pacheco last year in the Super Bowl, playing over Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Yes, thank you, Dave. Debo technically was a running back too, but he was a higher draft pick. But you get what I'm saying. It's like there's this formula in the NFL, and right now it seems broken, and it does seem like running backs are not being paid their worth. And that's what it comes down to. I think as a fan of the sport, as someone who plays fantasy football, look how many running backs go in the first, second round. Hell, look in playoff football. I know today's day and age, it's a passing game. Everybody's worried about throwing the ball downfield and getting sacks. But when you get to the playoffs, it's about stopping the run and being able to run the ball. That's what it comes down to, especially when you're playing in these bad weather situations. Again, I think the situation needs to be improved, and that's why NFL running backs are kind of banding together. And now it's going to lead to the question on whether or not guys like Josh Jacobs and Saquon Barkley are going to be the sacrificial lamb to sit out for a season, to hold out to get a better contract. Now, we've seen this happen before with Le'Veon Bell, and that obviously did not go well. He came back with the New York Jets after trying out his new rap career that didn't go well either. I don't know what was worse, Le'Veon Bell's rap career or his second stint in the NFL. Either way, it did not turn out well for Le'Veon Bell. We'll see what happens over the next couple weeks with training camp with guys like Josh Jacobs and Saquon Barkley. But here was Saquon Barkley again on that Money Talks podcast, breaking down whether or not he's thinking about holding out to send a message to the New York Giants.
I could say F you to the Giants. I could say F you to my teammates and be like, you want me to show you my worth? You want to show you how valuable I am to the team? I won't show up. I won't play it down. And that's a play I can use. Anybody knows me, knows that's not something I want to do. But like it's something that crossed my mind. It's like I never thought I would ever do that, but like now I'm in a point where it's like, Jesus, like I might have to take it to this level. And like, am I willing, am I prepared to take it to the level? I don't know. That's something I got to sit down and like, I got to talk to my family. I got to sit down, talk to my team. Got to really, strategize about this. Can't just like go off of emotions.
And I love the honesty there from Saquon Barkley. Again, this is not a 29, 30-year-old running back that you're worried about him being over the hill. I know he has had some injury problems in his past, but he's still one of the best running backs in football. He's 26 years old. That's it. And now if he does choose to sit out, he'll be wasting an entire year and coming back at age 27 again. It seems like the shelf life for running backs ends at age 28 or 29. So I'm sure we'll see more of the hold-in situation where guys like Saquon Barkley and Josh Jacobs will show up to training camp so they avoid those fines. But man, oh man, what a headache this is going to be on both coasts, whether it is out in New York or even in Las Vegas. And you guys know how much I pay attention to the Las Vegas Raiders, everything going on with Jimmy Garoppolo. It just really does seem like it's a dumpster fire out in Las Vegas right now with Josh McDaniels coming in, taking over a playoff team, leading them to, what was it, a 6-10, 6-11 record last year, trading away, or should I say, cutting your franchise leader in touchdown and passing yards, Derek Carr, handing the baton over to Jimmy Garoppolo, who's not healthy right now, bringing in Brian Hoyer and Aiden O'Connell. Then you trade away your tight end, Darren Waller, the highest paid tight end in the league, just to go spend that money on Jacoby Myers. And now they're dropping the ball on this whole Josh Jacobs situation. Again, Josh Jacobs led the NFL in rushing yards last year. His value is never going to be higher. But because of the NFL franchise tag, he's locked in for another season with the lousy Raiders who aren't even trying to win right now in the AFC West. I feel bad for him. I feel bad for Saquon. And again, it sounds ridiculous that I feel bad for these millionaires making $10 million per year. But hey, I'll give you an example. If you're at work and your coworker's making more than you, you're going to feel some type of way. It's kind of like, here at The Leader. Me and Murph both speak into a microphone for a living, but I think Murph's paychecks are a little bigger than mine. Oh my God. I'm saying the water boy's going to hold out until I get the pay I deserve.
You got options.
Yeah, I don't think I got that many options, Dave. But our other option is to get off this topic and go back into the San Francisco Giants on the other side. Get you ready for today's 9:35 matchup against the Cincinnati Reds, where the Giants will have an opportunity to win 3-4 against a current playoff team. And we'll talk about a few injuries to Brandon Crawford, Lamont Wade Jr., and even J.D. Davis, who had a stomach bug yesterday, and whether or not that influences the Giants to go out and make a couple more trades at this year's MLB trade deadline. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Thursday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Next one to Benson, a swing and a high drive, deep left center field. Going back on it, Matos. He's looking up. It is gone. Over the 379 marker in deep left center, Will Benson homers for the second straight night. This one a 3-run blast, and the Reds take a 3-0 lead.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Back on the leadoff spot on a Thursday morning, breaking down some San Francisco Giants baseball and the end of their 7-game winning streak, and actually the end of the Cincinnati Reds 6-game losing streak. Now they'll have a chance to go out today and win 3 out of 4, 9:35 first pitch out in Cincinnati. Alex Cobb versus Abbott, a good young pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds. We'll break down that matchup in just a few seconds, but I did want to take a look at the performance last night of a Ross Stripling, who I think we've all been up and down on this entire season. To be honest with you, more down than up, especially after watching his first series of the year against the New York Yankees at Yankee Stadium. I've never really been a huge believer in Ross Stripling, especially when you go out and commit $12 million a year to him with a player option for next year. I think if you're Ross Stripling, you're accepting that option. Hell, I think if you're Sean Manaea with the same $12 million option, you're probably accepting it also. So these are two guys that are going to be in your lives for the next 2 seasons. And hell, you almost saw both of them on the bump yesterday as Sean Manaea was warming up in the bullpen, almost pitched back-to-back days. They decided not to use him and use Ryan Walker, who had another great outing. 2 scoreless innings. Hell, 2 innings where he didn't even give up a hit. And I think that's the thing when you look at the box score from last night. Ross Stripling put up a quality start, 6 innings, only 3 runs allowed. Of course, gave up that home run to Will Benson. But after that, I don't think the Cincinnati Reds got a hit. Ross Stripling only allowed 4 hits total the entire game. The Cincinnati Reds ended the game with 4 hits. So I think overall, this was one of the more impressive performances from a Ross Stripling. Was it perfect? Absolutely not. Would you have liked more than 2 runs of run support? Absolutely. But we're still talking about a Ross Stripling that hasn't won a single game this year, is 0-2. But I will say there have been some positive signs since making his return from the injured list at the end of June. If you want to go over his last 3-4 starts, I mean, hell, the Giants won the game after the All-Star break on Friday in Pittsburgh. Now, he did not get the win because he only went 4 2/3 of an inning. But I think this is the progression that the Giants want to see from Ross Stripling. And it was one of the reasons why I thought maybe they are starting him in that first game Friday night against the Pittsburgh Pirates, to see more Ross Stripling before the trade deadline to figure out if they do need to go out and add an extra arm in that rotation. Well, after seeing what Ross Stripling did yesterday, I think it's a little bit encouraging for San Francisco Giants fans and for the entire organization that committed that $12 million to Ross Stripling. But I think Ross Stripling will tell you straight up he's still not pitching at the level he wants to. And last night, as I mentioned, really only made 1 mistake in that 3rd inning. Cincinnati Reds strung a few hits together, and then Benson leaves the ballpark. And just like that, the Giants are down 3-0. And because they left a few runners stranded with runners in scoring position, they never came back. And the Cincinnati Reds end up getting the win and ending their 6-game losing streak. But I did want to play some sound from Ross Stripling this morning, talking about his quote-unquote struggles this season and how really it's been the long ball that has been hurting him the most.
That was, all it took. So those 3 runs, kind of the story of my year. All my runs seem to be giving up on my home runs, but overall, still definitely a step in the right direction. Pitches are pretty zoned in right now, staying in my lanes, mixing in everything, anytime, any count. So, starting to feel like myself and able to get 6 innings when the bullpen needed it for sure. And we, made it interesting, almost came back, just didn't quite work out.
And to be honest with you, I think probably the best part about his start yesterday was the fact that he did go 6 innings. After the Giants had that marathon day out in Cincinnati, had to finish off the suspended game and go into extra innings. Hell, we saw Camilo Duvall go out there for 2 saves in 1 day, which automatically made Camilo Duvall unavailable yesterday. It's going to be interesting to see his status for this morning, 9:35 a.m., if he'll be available. I would assume so. But again, you look at the Rogers twins who both pitched on Tuesday. You look at Camilo Duvall. You look at all the bullpen arms the 7, 8, 9, 10 guys that use that one day. Yesterday's performance by Ross Stripling and Ryan Walker on the back end really did help out this Giants bullpen going into that Thursday matchup today. Now, my only question is, with Ross Stripling kind of humming after that third inning, why did the Giants take him out after 76 pitches? Again, he's only made 4 starts since coming off the injured list. And it does seem like this happens more and more in modern-day baseball where they refuse to let your guy face the lineup a third time. Well, let's hear the explanation from Gabe Kapler on why the Giants decided to pull Ross Stripling last night after only 76 pitches.
Yeah, no, it's been a while since he's been up even 6 times, so that would have been a 7th time up. And usually what we like to do with pitchers, you may or may not be on this, but we like to kind of build them up slowly. It's like kind of a longer, slower ramp. It's the most dependable way to prevent injuries. So we usually cap it at some number of pitches or some number of ups, and he was kind of at both his pitches and his ups. We probably would have given him a few more pitches. He did his job, right? We thought he pitched 6 innings for us and gave us a chance to win the baseball game. And sometimes it's also good to get a pitcher out on a really strong note, sending him back out for one more, facing a few more hitters. There's a lot of things can go the other way as well. Walker was ready to give us 2 innings, and we covered the game with 2 pitchers, so our entire panel will be relatively fresh for tomorrow.
And I think Gabe is right there. I'm sure Ross Stripling wanted to get up one more time and go out there for the 7th inning. But it is good to get some momentum going for this guy, a guy that struggled mightily in the first half of the season. Giants want him to be one of the members of their rotation moving forward. And hell, if he keeps having outings like this, maybe he will stick around on the back end in that number 4 or 5 hole. And right now, you're really just hoping that he can stay healthy. That's pretty much been the story with the Giants over the last couple weeks. You heard Kapler talk about the health status. Hell, there's always injuries with this team, it seems like. And now the latest news is that Brandon Crawford has been put on the injured list with knee inflammation, something that we've been talking about since the All-Star break. And Brandon actually talking to the media saying maybe he ramped it up too quickly after taking that week off. Well, now he's going to be on the injured list for at least a week. The report made it seem like he may be back as soon as July 27th. That's the optimistic outlook, which would actually give him a return before the MLB trade deadline. But again, when you're missing Brandon Crawford, when you're missing Thairo Estrada 4 to 6 weeks, maybe the Giants will look at the trade deadline and look to add a middle infielder. Hell, with the latest injuries to Lamont Wade Jr. and even having J.D. Davis out yesterday, maybe they need to go out and look for a first baseman. Wilmer Flores has been holding it down. We even saw Jock Peterson out at first earlier this series. But that's another option out there on the trade market. Here was Gabe Kapler giving the latest updates on Lamont Wade and J.D. Davis and what their current status is.
Lamont, as we mentioned, had a hamstring cramp in last night's game, and he went and he tested it out in the cage. It wasn't good, so didn't feel like he was safe to go. Maybe we'll have him ready to go tomorrow. We'll have to evaluate him. J.D. Davis was also ill. He's had a stomach virus, so he was unavailable as well. Pat Bailey, we were really looking to get another day off for, so pretty short bench today, and sometimes you have to deal with that and kind of win long term by not pushing your guys into situations that are less healthy for them.
Yeah, that's the thing. Everybody's going to deal with injuries, whether it is Lamont Wade cramping in the box, dealing with that humidity out in Cincinnati, or J.D. Davis getting a nice little stomach bug. Shout out to my guy, Overnight Dave, who says, maybe he stopped off to have some of that Cincinnati chili. What is it, the Skyline chili, whatever it is, like on top of spaghetti? They put like chili and like tomato sauce on top of chili. That on top of spaghetti, that would give me a stomach bug too, Dave. That sounds absolutely terrible. I don't know who came up with that creation, but hey, who knows? In this world of TikTok meals and everything, people will try anything. I'm telling you, I'm not trying that Skyline chili, and I'd recommend J.D. Davis stays away from it. Hopefully that stomach bug goes away and he's back in the lineup today. We'll see how the Giants use their infield with guys like Casey Schmidt, who drew another walk yesterday, and Brett Wisely up the middle. Of course, David Villar has been recalled from AAA as well. And we mentioned it the last couple days. Marco Luciano is now knocking on the door at the major league level. He's with the Sacramento River Cats. Going to be interested to see how that plays out the second half of their season and whether or not the Giants would be interested in calling up a Marco Luciano or if they're interested in trading him to go out and get a middle infielder, to get a corner piece, or maybe to get Shohei Ohtani. All things that we can talk about over the next couple weeks. But on the other side, we'll make the connection with Murph and Mac. Get you ready for this date in Giants history. Giants pregame starts at 8:35 right after the power hour. So we got a lot to talk about with the boys. We'll do that next on a Thursday morning. It's the Waterboy Marquis Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned into the leadoff spot on the sports leader.
All right, fun show today on the leadoff spot, talking a lot of Giants. Not only baseball, but football as well, with Saquon Barkley and the whole holdout franchise tag situation. A lot of things to keep an eye on as it's starting to feel a lot like football season. Of course, 49er rookies reported to training camp this week. Veterans report next week, so we'll talk a lot of 49er football with me and Paulie Mack filling in for Murph as he goes on vacation next week. But I think this is also a quick topic that I want to talk about with Murph and with Paulie Mack to get a nice little mid-season check-in on the Rooster, Carlos Rodon, who, of course, was playing last year for the San Francisco Giants, represented the Giants at the All-Star game, and is now out in pinstripes with the New York Yankees, but got his first taste, really, of Yankees fans last night as they got swept by the Anaheim Angels. Only the second or third start of the season by Carlos Rodon. He starts to get booed by fans in Anaheim's own stadium, and then he blows a kiss to the crowd, which New York fans are not happy about. But as a texter reminded me on the text line this morning, this was the same Carlos Rodon who made head waves this offseason, saying that Yankee fans are more invested than Giants fans. Well, he got a taste of that investment yesterday in Anaheim, blowing kisses to the people in the crowd. Murph, Mac, boys, how we doing this morning?
Well, and as you said, the key to the whole thing is it wasn't even at Yankee Stadium.
No,
it was in Orange
Anaheim.
County, dude. He's in freaking Anaheim getting this.
That's Yankee fans.
I mean, bro,
for you.
that ain't the Bronx.
No.
You know what I mean?
Just wait till he goes back home.
He's in a hot mess when he goes back to the Bronx. What does the New York Post say today? Does it say something like,
Oh, there's got to be some crazy headline.
I'm trying, let's come up with how would they mock a blown kiss from Rodon? Blown game, blown kiss. Something like that. You know what I mean?
Something simple.
Just be a simple kiss my ass chance.
There it is.
I mean, and I'm not even kidding. Not an exaggeration.
It probably says like Carlos Rodon kisses the season away for the Yankees.
Excuse me while I kiss this A.
Yeah.
And by the way, Marcus, you were talking about Yankee fans being invested, right? And they are invested. They're out of their freaking minds back there. And I got to say, Carlos Rodon wanted to talk about how invested they were. Murph, he just got a return on that investment.
They did.
You understand?
Nice, Paulie Mac. There's the return.
The return was kiss my A.
Yeah, that's
that
it.
was it. And there was a sadness too. I saw the video. The way he was walking off, he looked beleaguered and beaten. He's only how many starts has he made? 2?
I think that's his second start of the year. I mean, Yankee fans,
Hey,
come
buddy.
on. The guy's been out the entire year.
The first and the 15th.
I stand with the Rooster. I stand with the blown kisses to the crowd.
Okay, I know, but we'll just see how that plays over. Now,
Yeah, it's
we
not
know
gonna
New
play
York.
out well.
You win, dude. Everything's great. That's it. It's all about winning. Here it is. Well, there it is. There it is. Triple E came through. I'm going to hold it up.
Hold it up. Put it on the stream. Carlos Rodon.
It says kiss. Can we say that?
A
Kiss.
double money sign.
Kiss A, money sign, money sign. I guess we can say it. It's kiss ass.
What does it say
right?
underneath? Yanks $162 million.
Shows some thin skin and no command in the latest loss.
Oh, man.
And they got the freeze frame of him with the hand to the mouth.
Ooh.
Mid blow.
Covering up the mustache, by the way, because he had to shave his beard to go to New York. They shaved the Rooster.
Kiss ass.
Maybe the power
with
was in the
dollar
beard
signs.
the
New York
entire
Post,
time.
Triple E, this is one of your great finds. I'm holding this up on the stream for everybody. Look at that. Look at that. Carlos, you could be here getting the kid glove treatment from KNBR.
Yeah.
Getting love, getting Paulie Mack playing the Rooster, getting Waterboy rejoining with
some
Alice in Chains or Jane's Addiction, whichever.
And now you got the New York Post trying to snuff the Rooster, boys.
Oh, man.
They're coming to snuff the Rooster.
I got to tell you, buddy, God bless. So he goes home, his next start will be whatever. But if he throws 7 shutout innings, they'll love him.
He'll be a god.
That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
It really is.
When he trots out there for his warm-ups, they're going to boo him.
Yeah.
He's going to get booed while he's warming up. They're going to boo his ass.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It'll be a day-to-day thing. He puts up 6 shutout, he'll get the big stand.
Begrudgingly.
That's baseball.
Begrudgingly.
That's
Then
baseball.
if he turned, let me give you a scenario in which some crazy thing happens where the Yankees catch fire, they go into October, and Rodon's a hero. Then become a rally cry. They'll all start blowing kisses.
That's it.
As a loving.
The New York media will circle back and be like, yeah, that's that attitude we wanted. That's that New York attitude we're looking for, Carlos Rodon.
Yeah. Or they'll just turn it into a positive. That'll be the new thing.
They'll be blowing kisses like the Giants have been doing when they hit doubles. They'll blow a couple kisses.
Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Maybe that's what Rodon was doing, was blowing kisses to his old teammates.
That's what it was. It was an internal message from the Rooster, Carlos Rodon, to the San Francisco Francisco Giants, but we'll get back into the Giants talk on the other side. End of the 7-game winning streak.
Yeah,
it happens, Paul.
All things come to an end.
Had to lose at some point. We'll break it down this morning with Sean Estes and a great guest list, and you'll also get some pregame coverage.
Come on, man.
8:35 Diamond Notes and this date in Giants history with Brian Murphy. Kids, ask your parents about it. We'll do that and more on the other side. You are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, and the Murphy Mac Show on a Thursday morning starts right now.
That's bonkers.
Ooh. There's nothing. Hey, let me tell you something like we did not do 15 years ago on the show. Walk in and immediately worry about what color we are.
No.
I mean, this
I was never part of radio when I was coming up.
Right now, we're on the stream.
Oh, there
and
you
we're
go.
like,
that looks good right there.
We're on the stream, and,
got a nice
Triple
tone.
E's running. He's like, "You're blue, you're blue, you're blue."
He's got a nice tone.
Then he's like, "No, you're orange, you're orange, you're orange."
How about the fact that we can't launch our radio show now until Murph's skin tone is adjusted? Like, that's what it's come to. Like, I'm almost ready, but Murph's still blue. By the way, shout out the other great presence of blue beings in my lifetime. I got to go to the Yellow Submarine animated film, The Beatles. Do you remember the Blue Meanies, Murph? The Blue Meanies.
Yeah. Did they inspire the Blue Man Group?
That's a great question.
Thing?
But like I like to say about everybody from Luther Vandross to the Grateful Dead, I've seen them.
Yeah.
I saw the Blue Man Group. Yeah, when they were still starting down in the East Village at Astor Place. Loved it. Loved it. A lot of fun, yeah.
I always thought, whenever I saw them appear at like some award show or some, Oscars or Emmys or Tonys or whatever, I'd always be like, I don't know if that's my thing.
Oh, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know if you remember this, dude. So I saw him.
I'm surprised you like them.
Yeah,
anti-Hanks, anti-Peyton Manning, pro-Blue Man.
Very pro-Blue Man. Very pro-Blue Man. Very, very kind of psychedelic experience, actually. Started in the East Village in New York City. Do you remember when I was working with you, man? This has got to be, I'd say about 2014. And Chris Young, one of our favorite sales guys here in the building, he set up like an advertising thing with Blue Man Group in Vegas. Do you remember when they flew my ass to Vegas to go see the Blue Man Group?
You know what, dude? You are stirring something vaguely in the deep
actually
recesses.
flew me to Vegas to go see the Blue Man Group. I'm like, I'm in. Count me in, man. So we got a whole thing. We were staying at the Luxor. Shout out to Stefan. He wasn't even a Vegas
That's what
resident
you're talking
yet.
positive about the Blue Man Group. It was a comp trip to Vegas.
Well, no, but that's what I'm telling you. I saw them way back in the day when I still lived in New York when they were starting. They were in a tiny theater. I think it was called the...
Very much surprises me that you would go to that show.
See, I don't think you're grasping the full experience. Yeah, you need to...
thinking there, like somewhere in New York there was a musical gig that would have attracted you more.
Well, the legend of the Blue Man Group is that they started like in Washington Square Park. And they were just like performing on the street, and people would be like, "Who are these guys?" And then they got organized, and they like launched an actual show.
Are they still going?
I think that they are. Yeah, it's like an institution.
Is it like Menudo, where like you get to a certain point where they like if you stop being blue, they
it is like Menudo. They just replace a fool. Yeah, they dunk his head in
Blue Man Group formed in '87.
Yeah,
Paulie.
Yeah,
87, and let's see here. They incorporate many kinds of music and art, popular and obscure.
It's wacky.
They have their skin painted blue.
Oh, they're drumming.
They have running shows currently. Ready for this?
Yeah. No, they're all over the place.
Vegas, obviously.
Yeah.
New York City, as you said.
Yep.
Chicago, Boston, and don't sleep on the Blue Man Group, Berlin.
That makes sense. Perfect for Berlin. That makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah.
Well, that's me now.
No, but we got Murph adjusted.
Triple E, I'm no longer a Blue Man Group
Triple E
guy.
made him human, but when he first flipped on the stream today, Murph was bright blue. By the way, speaking of blue, you see my new shirt, by the way?
Hey, there it is.
Let me show this bad boy.
It's cool that you're wearing. I mean, we don't want to. Like, Paulie's not saying he's anti-giant.
No,
he's
but
saying he's pro-dead.
No, this is the thing: is we're everywhere.
Does
you
it
spell
fit
that
nicely?
It fits beautiful. Yeah.
That's the Joe Ryan Minnesota Twins shirt I got Paulie for his birthday.
It's actually,
that's a good-looking shirt.
It is a good-looking shirt.
Yeah, setting aside everything else, it's just a handsome shirt.
Kind of cool too, because I think
it's totally funky. You're like the only guy with that shirt.
That's the thing. See, you want to be that guy when you're at a dead show, because everyone's coming with the bears and the skull, and I got that too. But this one's a little unique. So
Well, maybe we should get you the other one. There's two. Maybe we should complete the set.
But you know what's cool about
Christmas
this
is
to me?
coming, right?
This is what's cool about this whole thing to me. And I won't go on a big dead thing, but I will say one thing because it's sports related. Joe Ryan, this guy who the shirt is based on, the pitcher for the Twins, See, he represents, this is what's so crazy what's going on right now. There is now a third generation coming in, led by guys like
this. Skeleton, the Twins uniform. Yeah. It's right now.
Yeah. Hey, you picked it.
It's making me laugh.
Yeah.
It's making me laugh.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, so he represents what?
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. There is now like an entire new young generation coming in, led by guys like Joe Ryan and Triple E and his whole crew. That's what blew my doors off.
Picture Triple E has of him and about 8 people around his age, and they are just like, they look like they're having the time of their freaking life.
It's great for a guy like me who's already been doing this for a long time. And then, Murph, there's guys like that have been doing it twice as long as I have.
Yeah.
But now there's this whole new thing coming in. But hey, listen, we all come into the scene when we come in, and now there's a whole new crop. Anyway, guys like Joe Ryan, I shout him out, and I'm still hoping he was at the Sunday night show. I'm still trying to find out.
I want to nail that one down. And by the way, that's all by way of saying we're going to avoid talking about the Giants losing last night.
It's okay.
It's 7-game win.
Exactly.
Dude, I got a 15-year-old kid. When that Will Benson homer cleared the fence, dude, balled up fist, punches the couch. You
know what I think it is? I think kids don't.
It's so furious.
They don't really understand like the concept of time. So everything is like way more dramatic and important because they just don't get like we still got to play like 70 more games. Like
and they're 5-1 on the roadie.
Yeah,
and they just had a 7-game win streak.
And baseball's like that, dude. You're not gonna win every game.
No. And I'm completely comfortable with. Somebody said, "Hey, would you take 5-1 to start the roadie?" I'd be like, "What? Are you kidding me? That's impossible." But they did. They go 5-1 to start the roadie. And by the way, just look at this lineup last night, guys. Ready for this?
Yep.
My guy Casey Schmidt, Brett Wisely, Blake Sable, Luis Matos, and my favorite junk in the trunk guy, David VR, which, by the way, I began to focus on even more and more last night.
It's got the thick lower half.
It's getting thicker, I think. Dude, they had 5 kids. I guess, is technically VR a second-year player? He's no longer a rookie. I think technically.
I'm not sure.
But the other, I'm going to call him a rookie just for the purposes of the radio. They basically had 5 rookies in their starting lineup. I can't think. I mean, they're rolling out the puppy brigade, man. And let me tell you, when you have a puppy, they pee on the rug sometimes.
Yeah, they do.
They pee on the rug.
Yeah, they chew the chair. They do it all.
So they weren't able to get it done. But this is like because Crawford goes on the IL, which raises the question now about the middle infield at the trade deadline. Do you go get somebody? And I was doing a little boning up before the show on who's out there.
You like to bone up, yeah.
I got Tim Anderson, who everybody keeps talking about, is having a horrible year.
Yeah, but he could come to life. He could come to life out here.
He's got a 540 OPS. Casey Schmidt's like, is that all you got?
But for like a little reference point, though, I could be wrong about this, but when the Giants brought in Pat Burrell, he was struggling too, wasn't he?
He had been designated for assignment.
Yeah, and he caught fire.
That is correct. You can do that.
Yeah.
Changes. Yeah. Paulie, they call it a change of scenery.
No question.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe
I don't even say it. Don't even say it. I'm with you.
Paul DeYoung of the Cardinals was mentioned by Susan Slusser.
Any relation to Dennis DeYoung from Styx?
If we're lucky.
My first question. Yeah.
I mean, he's hit 12 bombs. He's hitting 238, former All-Star. He hit 30 homers in 2019. And then Tony Kemp of the A's has been mentioned, but he too is having a bad year. He's hitting, his OPS is, I think, 610. Once again, these are OPSs that Casey Schmidt is picking on, saying, that all you got? But anyway, the Giants did it with the Kitty Brigade last night, and they tried to hold their own. They couldn't do it. They had the bases loaded at one point, right? And nobody out and hitting that double Jock into the double play.
Yep.
That just inspired some rage from the 15-year-old saying, when's Jock going to get hot, man? He hasn't homered since June 20th. Jock Peterson. Anyway, Giants lose 3-2. Ross Stripling goes 6 innings, makes one bad pitch. A 3-run homer to Will Benson. And so, hey, it's all good. We'll go back at it, right at it today, 9:35 this morning. 8:30, probably got an 8:35 pre. I think this is the earliest pregame we've ever done.
I think you're right.
Yeah. And it's going to be Alex Cobb on the hill against this kid, Andrew Abbott, who's really good. The Reds, of course, are the other Kitty Brigade with all their kids out there. Will Benson, the guy with the homer yesterday, is one of their kids. So we got that.
All right.
How about Draymond and the dad, Jordan Poole dad yesterday? How about that? See that? Jordan Poole's dad chimed in.
Yeah.
Now, some people on Twitter saying, at what point should your dad stop chiming in on your fights?
Well, you got to say the same thing, though, because Draymond's mom used to chime in all the time. All the time.
I mean,
so you get parents involved now, Marcus. I don't know, like, is old man Boucher going to get his 2 cents in? I'll talk some ZZ Top with him. You know what I mean?
We got the Open Championship, which I did. It was incredible. I did a survey. I surveyed 7 of the young producers around the bullpen yesterday.
Survey says
0 for 7. Nobody even knew the British Open was happening.
Oh, that's right. We did the survey.
I'm going to say one of the people actually said, yeah, the U.S. Open is this week, right? I won't reveal his name, but it rhymes with Schmipple me.
Yeah, no.
All right, dude. And by the way, he even he even put the U.S. Open on the guest list.
He's being a prankster. No, he's feeling it. Yeah.
So anyway, that's going on. We got that. And again, shout out the top 6. One of the great lines, though, from Dangerous Dan when I said, you guys don't even know the British Open's going on, or as they now call it, the Open Championship. They get mad if you say the British Open. I said, Dangerous Dan, I said, you didn't even know what was going on? He said, well, I would have known if there was a top 6. Pretty good line now from Dangerous Dan. How about the dry humor of a Dangerous Dan?
I can't get enough. I eat it with a fork and knife.
He should have been in Survivor Clear Lake. He
would have won the damn thing. He would have won the damn thing. His quiet demeanor. He would have been standing there at the end.
You can see him just with his blank expression, just writing Marcus's name on a parchment and holding it up to the camera.
Let me tell you my last name for the winnings. Yeah, for the check. Yeah, let me spell it.
So we got that. And then the other thing that's top 6 worthy that and I'm just going to shout it out. The Women's World Cup soccer has begun. And I'm going to watch it, okay? I mean, I'm not going to listen. I ain't going to lie. I'm not going to watch it 24/7, but I'm going to check out the U.S. We play Friday. By the way, we play Friday night against Vietnam, Paulie. I just got to say, when it gets
what are you talking about?
Obscure sports, Vietnamese Women's World Cup, we're getting pretty obscure.
Wow, Vietnam.
Obscure, yeah.
All right.
How's the 808? Can Triple E book me somebody to break down the Vietnamese Women's World Cup team?
Shout out Full Metal Jacket. I don't know what else to say. I'll give you a sir, yes, sir.
So I'm just giving you Team USA schedule Friday at 6 p.m. Hey, crack a beer. Watch the. It's a lot of 5 Stanford, 2 Santa Clara, 1 Cal, and Megan Rapinoe from Reading. Get 9 Bay Area ties on that team.
Awesome.
So we got a lot of local on that team. So anyway, just want to throw all that,
right, buddy.
all that out there. Let's get going here. Paulie's in his Joe Ryan shirt. You can see it on the.
That's why we stream. I'm here to show off the attire, man.
That's really cool. It's really good. It's a good
big attraction.
I really think I have to complete the set now because there's a second one, and I'm going to have to get that.
What are you talking about?
There's 2 designs.
No, you don't have to do that, dude. One's plenty.
This is Christmas. It's a totally different look.
Is it a Joe Ryan based?
Yeah, it's Dead based.
I love that he's already got like a variety of options to his Grateful Deadness. Yeah.
I will do it all. Get the guest list from Marcus on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. The thick lower half of a David VR.
You see, that's what you're saying. He's
junk in that trunk.
Daly City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
George Conto stopped by the Pop and Lynch Show yesterday to talk about whether or not the Giants should be interested in Shohei Ohtani at this year's MLB trade deadline. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
It's down by 2 runs. The pitch, Sable swings. It's a high fly ball left field. It's carrying. Benson back, gets turned around at the track. He's at the wall. It is gone. Opposite field, home run to left. Blake Sable leading off in the 7th. Home run number 11 on the year for Sable. And on one swing, the Giants cut that deficit in half and now only trail 3-2.
2-1 pitch. Ground ball back to the mound, off the glove of Diaz. He scrambles after it, picks it up, underhands it to first for the out. And the Reds snap a 6-game losing streak and end the Giants' 7-game winning streak at the same time.
Oh, I love it, man. If going to Cincinnati gives us Isley Brothers rejoins, little known fact brought to us by Marcus is that they're from Cincinnati.
Nice.
For some reason, I want to say that once popped up in a pop culture showdown. I'm trying to think of when Cincinnati ever made this. Oh, did the Bengals make the Super Bowl a couple years ago?
Yeah, they played the Rams. Is that who they played?
Yeah, that was
Rams.
it. I found them, and I used Shout. Just because I...
Well, how do you not use Shout?
Because you could use this.
This is pretty smooth right here. Quite rich.
You have Isley's knowledge, Waterboy, huh?
I do. I've got them in my bag, Murph. I've got them.
What a bag it is.
Marcus,
what
man.
a bag it is.
This is my guy.
That's outstanding. Well, listen, what are you going to say about these guys? You know what I mean? Toonsmiths, and they are from Cincinnati, Ohio, where the Reds got the win. Waterboy, as always, the leadoff spot, invigorating, intriguing, can't miss radio. You planted the seed in me that the Giants and Reds could play in the playoffs. I confess, I tried to cross all my T's and dot all my I's. I had not pondered a Giants-Red playoff game series.
100%, because you look at the Giants right now in the wild card race, and the Cincinnati Reds currently are in first place in the NL Central. This could be an October matchup.
Interesting.
Did that Reds team look like a daunting division-winning team to you?
I'm always sketchy with that yard, though, the way the ball kind of flies around in there.
I'm going to be honest about that yard, Paulie.
It's not a great place to
me,
be.
It's always looked like it's an incomplete yard. Like they didn't finish.
Yes, I'm with you on that. There's a chunk of seats here, there's a chunk there. It's not really connected.
It almost looks, dare I say, damn near minor league park.
You know what?
Damn near minor league park.
It's
He's saying from the majesty of riverfront.
Murphy's saying what I've been seeing this whole series. I've been thinking. I'm not kidding. I've been thinking the same thing.
I don't know what's going on.
It doesn't have a pro. It doesn't have an MLB feel. That yard
does not have an MLB feel.
No.
Are you with me, Waterboy, on that? Or no?
I know exactly what he's saying.
Yeah, I never really thought too deeply about it.
Like, look at this. Yeah, no,
it doesn't look like an MLB park.
It's looks not like symmetrical, like a one section longer than the next. What are we doing out there? You see that? Like,
totally.
Yeah.
And the Giants had to go there and play a damn playoff series, down 0-2, and won 3 in a row.
Yeah, that was nuts. I don't have to do that again, though.
Buster hit a grand slam.
Yeah.
It was pretty
with
good.
With VJ Singh in the house.
All good, man. So, they lose the game 3-2 with playing a bunch of puppies. Schmidt, Wisely, VR, Sable, and Matos. 5. Waterboy, there was a point where I think the 9th inning, they brought in Alexis Diaz, who I did not know until I didn't know that's Edwin Diaz's brother.
Yeah,
did you know that?
Yeah, because in the World Baseball Classic this year, when Edwin Diaz blew out his knee celebrating the win over the DR playing for Team Puerto Rico, there was Alexis Diaz right there next to him on the field crying. It was one hell of a scene.
Wow, that is a hell of a scene. And I'll say this, too, that, everybody gives all the love to Edwin. Alexis ain't bad.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez.
Well, he's number 2 in the National League in saves right behind our guy Camilo Doval.
Yeah. And to my point was they brought in Alexis Diaz, and the Giants were going to break, and after the bottom of the 8th, they said, "Do up, Sable, VR, and Wisely." And my kid looks at me. Is that how you want coming up? So he says,
damn,
Sable, VR, and what, dude? Sable, VR, and Wisely. I mean, they weren't bringing the varsity yesterday.
Well, Murph, you're talking about a Blake Sable that's now tied for the second most home runs on the team. He's got 11 bombs this year.
He can hit a little bit.
And I'm listen, no disrespect, but when we're planting our flag on Mount Sable, you know what I mean? Then I mean, yeah, I got it. 11 bombs, that's cool. But Sable, VR, and Wisely.
No, I feel you. I know what you're saying.
I hear you. But Murph, even as somebody who's watched the Giants come back, it seems like 100 times this season, going to that ninth inning, even against Alexis Diaz, because of the comebacks we've seen this year.
Yeah, you're still in the ball game.
So what you're saying is, if you were on the couch with us, and it said, coming up, Sable, VR, and Wisely, and the kid sardonically says, is that who you want coming up? You say, hell yeah.
I say, yeah, Alexis Diaz has got to go out there and get 3 outs.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter who's in the batter's box.
You say, grab a bat, baby, let's go.
I like it.
Okay, look at that. Great attitude, Waterboy. Great attitude. It's that Rex Hudler story I always tell the kids about when you face a daunting pitcher. Have I worn this one out on the radio already here about... So Rex Hudler, who... You know who Rex Hudler was? By the way, you should keep him around for Immaculate Grid because he played for a lot of teams. You don't know Hudler, huh? Waterboy, he also became a very popular broadcaster with the Angels for years, and then for years he was one of Jim Rome's regulars, one of the great guests. Like, honey, Paulie, we've had him in studio.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Remember that? I'll come see you boys in studio.
Yeah, he's
basically like...
He's bringing energy.
He's basically like if Kruko had like a little brother who was a redheaded utility player, he would be Rex Hudler. You know? And he comes even like even harder than Kruko. Like, oh, boys.
He comes super hard,
boys, I'm coming to the studio, boys.
Yeah.
And
the energy.
Yeah. He used to come on... so who did he play for? He played for the...
Was he an Angel?
Yankees. There you go, Waterboy.
Was he an Angel?
Yankees, Orioles, Expos, Cardinals, Angels, Phillies.
Yeah.
Keep him around on Immaculate Grid.
By the way, Murph, I'm going to need you to distinguish something for our listeners because I dropped a VJ Singh bomb. 209 checking in saying, did you guys just say VJ Singh was in the crowd? You want to explain that? Because I did make a comment just so they know why I said
about that. Because if people
it's
remember,
been a while.
In 2012, Waterboy, there was a PGA Tour event down at Cordoval Golf Club in San Martin, California, south of you, buddy.
Marcus and non-golfer.
Down past Morgan Hill.
Yeah.
Down there.
I've been there, Marcus.
And so Paulie and I, the PGA Tour back then spent money. KNBR did business deals back then. We did a business deal with them. They said, we'll promote your show. PGA Tour said, if we pay you money, will you promote our tournament? They said, we'll send our Ace Morning Show down there. Nice. So they sent me and Paulie down there to spend the night and do two broadcasts maybe from down there from the PGA Tour stop.
Definitely 2 broadcasts.
It happened to coincide with the Giants-Reds 2012 NLDS. And it happened to coincide with the Giants winning games 3 and 4, and now game 5 is a morning game.
How about that? Like right after the show.
It was
crazy.
And so we finished the show, and we're all hyped up, and we say, we're going to
go right to the bar.
To the bar at
right
Cordoval.
to the bar. Yep.
That game might have been first pitch like 10 a.m.
Something
or
like that. It was early. Yeah.
And as it climaxed, and Buster Posey hits the home run, wasn't it grand? It was a 3-run homer or was it a grand slam?
It was a grand slam.
It was a grand slam.
Yeah, it was a grand slam.
Posey, I can't believe I can't even do that.
That's a grand slam.
Buster hits that grand slam off of, what's his face? The villain, Matt Latos.
Nice.
Matt Latos. As it's happening and we're going crazy, legendary World Golf Hall of Famer and multiple major champion VJ Singh, the hulking Fijian, all 6'4" of him, happens to be coming through the bar at that time and kind of saying, excuse me, and kind of sliding through the crowd.
He's working his way right through the crowd, right behind us. Yeah, look at this.
Buster's hitting the granny.
Yeah.
So we'll always associate the great VJ Singh with that moment.
I really do. Yeah. And then you went out to go play with him, right? You played with VJ.
I played with him at Pebble Beach.
How about that?
Yeah.
This guy played with VJ. 18 holes?
Yeah.
18 blanking holes with VJ.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I had a gigantic urine stain the entire time.
But you did well, though, right? You said,
it's all about your first swing.
And he,
And I could have swung and missed.
Well, you got it.
And
you hit
I actually hit it straight.
And what did VJ say? Like, oh, not bad.
He was just off and running. He treated me with respect.
I'd be like, hey, VJ, want to make it interesting?
As being a real prickly guy. And I didn't find it to be the case that
Awesome.
day.
Glad to hear that.
He had a really weird, high-pitched cackle. Which coming out of a 6'4" dude was like really, he's like a hee.
Do you remember him, Marcus, VJ? Remember you do? Okay, yeah.
He doesn't even know there's a British Open this week.
No, I don't know.
He knows VJ Singh. Anyway, Rex Hudler, to your point, Waterboy, about grab a bat, it ain't over yet. He told the story of facing Randy Johnson when he was just a little scrub, a career 220 hitter, a career 261 hitter, and Randy Johnson was at the top of his game throwing 100-mile-an-hour BBs. And he went on Rome one time, and I told the best story. He's like, Romy, it's like when I faced the big unit, and he was throwing dots, Romy. And he said, we couldn't even see it, Romy. He goes, out. He came in 101. I don't know. He goes, I just closed my eyes and stuck my bat out. Somehow, Romy, this thing took off like a rocket off the center field wall. Romy, I just started running. I didn't know what I was doing. He goes, I just ran into second and I slid into second. I couldn't believe it. I didn't know where I was. I just doubled off the great Randy Johnson. He goes, and he came off the back of the mound to get the ball and gave me, Romy, the biggest stank eye I've ever gotten and the biggest F.U. And he looked at me and he said, you're the luckiest MFer I've ever seen. And I looked right back at him, Romy, and I said, get back up on that launching pad. We ain't done with you yet. Yeah. It's one of my favorite Hudler stories of all time. So I tell the kids that story. We're facing some guy throwing hard. It's like, who cares? The harder they come, the harder they fall, right?
100%. And we can even give some credit to our guy, FP Santangelo, who, of course, does the late night show postgame for the Giants. One of his most famous sayings is, swing hard in case you hit it.
He told us on Monday when you guys were gone that he told the kids down in Class A San Jose, when you get your pitch, I want you to swing so hard you come out of your uniform. He said, I called it swing naked.
Ooh.
Swing naked.
I enjoy that, too.
Because I want you nude at the plate because the uni has come shredding off of you. You swung so hard.
I got to be honest with you. Over the weekend at the Dead Shows, I might have seen some naked swinging going on.
Okay.
For real in the crowd. It gets pretty loose out there.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, guest list. Thursday, 7/20/23. As I tell you, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. And there's the horns for you. What do we got?
All right, starting off in about 20 minutes, we're going to check in with Mark Cannizzaro because my guest list says it's the U.S. Open this week, but as a golf aficionado, I know it's the British Open going on this weekend, so we'll talk Mark golf this morning.
A bunch of snobs want to call it the Open Championship because it's the oldest championship of them all. It started in like 1860 or something like that. Dude, back when they were playing against sheep, you know what I mean? And so that back then it was just called the Open, meaning like there was no British or U.S. or whatever. And so they just called it the Open Championship. And then as the years progressed, people started saying, well, here's the U.S. Open. That's different from the Open Championship. So let's call that one the British Open. So we went U.S. Open, British Open, U.S. Open, British Open, U.S. Open, British Open. So Arnold Palmer, Jack Nicklaus, they all were winning British Opens, right? Then like about 10 years ago, some marketing guy's like, why are we the British Open? We're the actual Open Championship from 1860. There's no need to quantify our country. We are the Open Championship. Typical British BS.
You know what I'm saying? Right.
So now when you say the British Open, they're like, please, it's the Open.
By the way, special bonus points / gold star for Marcus Boucher. I meant to give you props on this yesterday because you made me laugh in the car driving in. You actually dropped speaking of the British, this kid was over here dropping U.S. history lessons. He dropped
Paul
a Paul
Revere.
Revere.
Yeah.
I go, this kid's dropping Paul Revere. Shout out. Now, by the way,
I actually was quite shocked at that.
I loved it.
Got that one in the Broadway Tunnel.
Just so you know, Marcus, because this is good for you to know. You put this in the back of your brain somewhere. Up in Boston, right outside of Boston, if you go up north a little bit, there's a town called Revere, and it's like the Boston version of the Jersey Shore. All right, so you got like Revere Beach. We're going to freaking Revere Beach. Yeah. They're bringing their coolers, dude. They got
named after the great Paul Revere.
Dude, I'm talking IROCs lined up along the beach. I'm not, if you know what I'm saying, dude. The gold chains, the olive oil voice, it's all up there. We're going to Revere, and that's where the great roast beef shop is, Murph, the Kelly's that they eat at the beginning of a Goodwill Hunting.
Ooh.
We didn't have time to hit Kelly's, but that's a Boston staple. Shout out to Kelly's roast beef. And Marcus dropping a Paul Revere. That was funny.
That is awesome.
Yeah, the British are coming, and so is the guest list. The guests continue coming after Mark Cannizzaro at 6:50 this morning. We're going to check in with Matt Mayoko, an early hit, 7:15, talking about 49ers training camp and rookies reporting into training camp down in Santa Clara.
Nice.
Yeah, they don't. No media availability till next week.
Okay.
So, but I saw.
You hear that, Triple E? Get us some Niners next week.
By the way, if you are on the stream and on the Twitch, you can not only see us go from blue to orange to white.
And the Joe Ryan dead shirt I'm rocking.
Joe Ryan dead shirt. I got to say, it looks better on you than I thought it would.
Nice.
It's really good looking.
Nice.
And then the other thing is I hold up Triple E's art.
Yeah.
Which today is pretty minimalist. It's a shot of the British Open with the label U.S. Open.
That might have been his intention,
because
though.
yesterday, he was the only guy who knew there was an Open, and I said, so of all the 7 producers I'd surveyed, he goes, yeah, it's the U.S. Open, right? And I just did, bro. Anyway.
And here's a little funny tidbit, too. I actually knew there was an Open going on this weekend just because my dad made the mistake. He thought the British Open was last weekend. It was the Scottish Open.
Scottish Open.
Won
by Rory McIlroy.
But that's the thing. He wanted to put in money on Rory at the British Open. And he ended up winning last weekend on the Scottish Open. It's an accidental bet.
An accidental winner.
And Ken Boucher cashed in Bobby Boucher's best bet.
Kenny's time now. He should ride the wave and double down, do it again this week.
That's it. I'll get you a pick for the British Open.
Yeah. I'm in that pool. I got my 3 in. Cam Young, Ken Smith, Tommy Fleetwood. But again, What else? We're past Mayoko. What else we got?
We're past Mayoko. Sorry, I'm distracted by you holding up the guest list on the live stream.
No, it's good. It's interactive.
It's a new feature.
Yeah,
it's inclusive.
Look at that. Murph showing off the guest list, but I'll tell you the guest list. It continues 7:35. Sean Estes talking Giants baseball.
A couple more weeks in the Midwest, I think.
And then we'll continue the Giants discussion at 8 a.m. and our big hit with the news of Brandon Crawford going on the IL. Whether or not the Giants will be looking for a shortstop or a middle infielder at this year's MLB trade deadline.
And the big hit features art of Shohei Ohtani wearing a Giants hat. Photoshop.
Nice Photoshop skills.
Looks pretty good, too.
We'll do our big hit, our cooler of content, and then Giants pregame starts right here on the Murph and Mac Show, 8:35 today, 9:35 first pitch.
Okay, wow, we're full on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports League.
Yes!
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the A's in the Bay Bridge Series, Wednesday, July 26th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Mac continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Next one to Benson, a swing and a high drive, deep left center field. Going back on it, Matos. He's looking up. It is gone. Over the 379 marker in deep left center, Will Benson. Homers for the second straight night. This one a 3-run blast. And the Reds take a 3-0 lead.
That was, all it took. So those 3 runs, kind of the story of my year. All my runs seem to be giving up on the home runs, but overall, still definitely a step in the right direction. Pitches are pretty zoned in right now, staying in my lanes, mixing in everything, anytime, any count. So, starting to feel like myself and able to get 6 innings when the bullpen needed it for sure. And we, made it interesting, almost came back, just didn't quite work out.
All right, Ross Stripling. He's been, let's be honest, a fairly anonymous Giant thus far. I don't see too many Stripling jerseys at the yard. 0-3 with a 5.92. We'll do that. It's not going to have your jersey fly off the shelves. I couldn't even tell you what number he's wearing. I watched the damn game last night. I couldn't even tell you what number he was wearing.
It's a good call, and don't think I can either.
But last night, 6 innings, 4 hits.
Yeah.
Waterboy, no walks. No
Put some work in. Yeah.
No, and after letting up that 3-run home run in that third inning, I don't believe he allowed another hit the entire game. Hell, throw on Ryan Walker's 2 scoreless innings. I don't think the Reds got another hit after that third inning.
Yeah, Ryan Walker, by the way, welcome in. Welcome in. If you want to just be part of this whole youth movement as we go forward here and just be that like 7th, 8th inning dude in the Schmidt Luciano era, Bailey era, then you can be that guy. So Ryan Walker, 2 shutout. He's got a 2.67. But yeah, that was Stripling giving up a 3-run homer to one of the Reds' young studs, Will Benson. The Reds have debuted 12 first-year players this year. The Giants have debuted 8. So in a lot of ways, it's really, really fun to see all these young guys, except when it says Do Up, Sable, VR, and Wisely doing their thing. I just wanted to have a quick moment here before we go out to the UK and talk to Mark Cannizzaro.
You must be the UK.
About life in general. The Giants, again, played so many kids last night. It was going to be hard to win with Matos. Here was, in fact, these were the last 5 batters. Matos, Sable, VR, Wisely, and Schmidt. Shout out Casey Schmidt, drawn another walk yesterday.
Yeah.
That on-base percentage is spiking, baby. It's spiking, man.
It's going up.
It's up to 270.
Yeah.
Hey now, up to 270.
Let's start somewhere.
It's actually higher than Brett Wisely's and David VR's. How about that?
Listen.
Guys, VR was a guy. Remember I adopted him?
I associate you with VR.
The junk in that trunk. Yeah.
No, VR is Murph's guy.
0 for 3 with 3 punchies last night.
Yeah. Murph gets excited, yeah.
But the guy who really has established himself is Blake Sable. And he, last night, hit a bomb. And he went 2 for 4. He did get thrown out trying to steal at a key moment in the game, but hey, it happens. You know what I mean? I'm not going to kill him for that.
That's one of Blake's mistakes, Murph.
Nice. Shout out Blake'sMistakes.com.
He's driven in 35 runs this year.
You do.
I mean, I'll take it.
No question.
And, listen, him as a catcher,
it hasn't been great. Been a few interferences here and there.
Although, yesterday he caught that game and, no walks, no catcher's interference.
He's actually been a pretty big piece for this team this year because Gabe has used him in so many different situations.
So this is a little moment to appreciate. Again, a guy's number, I'm not even sure what it is. What is Sable?
Who we talking about? Sable is
God, we're bad on numbers.
I don't want to say the
year.
wrong thing. Yeah, no.
Anyway, let's hear Gabe Kapler gush about Blake Sable.
It's been pretty consistent. I mean, we saw it in spring training. We've seen it consistently against right-handed pitching all year. And he's not just using the small part of the park to the pull side. He drives the ball out of the ballpark to the middle of the field. I actually think as he learns to elevate the ball to the pull side a little bit more, there's even more juice in there. So I think he's done a really nice job at the plate for us consistently throughout the season, and caught another good game. I thought he did a really good job behind the plate, actually framing pitches. He's just gotten to a point where he's very dependable on both sides of the ball.
Very dependable on both sides of the ball. I mean, at a certain point, you got to take a little moment and appreciate what this guy's doing. And he's become, I'd say, of all the rookies, I mean, Bailey 1, Sable 2.
That's probably right? Pretty accurate. Yeah.
I mean, right?
Yeah.
I think so when you're talking about day in and day out contributions. I mean, again, he's tied for second in home runs on the team, has 11 this year. And Murph, as we all know, he's putting up the same numbers as All-Star Elias Diaz.
Oh.
All-Star Game MVP.
That's
Elias Diaz.
That's right. Get Blake Sable to the All-Star game.
Put some respect on his name, all right? All-Star Elias Diaz. By the way, speaking of respect, you'll be getting some baseball talk with Jim Bowden, who joins Lund and Benz today at 1:30. He's good.
Lund and Benz.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. No, look,
they're the new guys.
I know. When is Papa coming back? Guy's been out for a month and a half. It feels that way anyway.
Yeah. See, by the way,
God only knows what Papa's doing right now, bro. You want to talk about open robes and stuff. I'm chilling on the beach, John. I mean, God only knows. Anybody know where he is? Papa? I hope he's enjoying himself.
Watching film.
Because I see leopard skin, man. In my head, I see a leopard skin motif.
Speaking of film, I know we're going to get to Marquis, and I wanted to hit one more Giants cut. But I did officially start, and after yesterday's public and self-flagellation about not watching enough streaming content, caught not 1 but 2 episodes of Netflix Quarterback last night.
Oh, good. So how is it? Break it down.
Well, first of all, one of the things I realized is that we've reached the point where sports documentaries now are just so slickly made.
Everything
just
is. No question. If you got a budget, it's going to look amazing.
And so, even just the intro, the intro to episode 1, it's like a 2-minute intro of so much artful cutting. And
it's like a mini movie within the movie.
God, these guys are getting so good at making things visually.
And they're all done by like 21-year-old kids that haven't even graduated college yet.
So let me just start by saying, like, the visual appeal is like strong.
I got you.
And so it kind of reminds me. It gives you a definite Hard Knocks feel. There's a very strong Hard Knocks vibe.
There you go.
Because it's an NFL. It feels like an NFL Films behind the scenes thing.
Yeah.
Where it's different is a little bit. It's just three guys. It's Pat Mahomes, Paulie's guy, Kirk Cousins, Paulie's guy, and Marcus Mariota, Waterboy's guy.
Yeah.
That is featured quite heavily in the show. Yes,
is it? Okay.
They break down the etymology of it and all that whole deal and everything. But anyway, and so it's basically, I would say it's like Hard Knocks meets like 30. No, not really a 30 for 30. It's more like it's just like Hard Knocks meets like a documentary, and so the footage is outstanding. The editing skills are slick. It's the 2022 season.
Yeah,
so they're there. Like, you forget that the Chiefs played the Bills in Week 6 in a huge game, what appeared to be a huge game at the time, and Mahomes threw a pick to end the game, lost the game. I don't know if you remember that at all. You forget Kirk Cousins had a Sunday night game in Philly Week 2 where he just absolutely blanked the bed, and it caused the whole primetime Kirk memes and all that about how he cannot play when there's lights on in the stadium, and all that stuff.
Yep.
I'm going to be kind right now. I'm just trying not to be too mean here, but I got to tell you, Mariota, not a lot of sizzle, my friend.
I got to say that's kind of a surprising choice. No disrespect. I happen to like the guy. I was a fan of his when he was playing up at Oregon and stuff. I used to watch him with James, my son. But I got to tell you, he's an odd choice for like the third quarterback. There's a lot of bigger, more.
Let me tell you what, Paulie. Let me tell you. You know what? You want to move the needle. You want to move the needle. Stay away from the Atlanta Falcons. All right.
Generally, unless you, you know what I mean.
When the Falcons and Mariota comes on the screen, the needle goes.
Can I make an off-color joke real quick on a Thursday?
Yes,
not since Left Eye Lopes burned down Andre Rison's house has the Falcons been like desirable. You know,
and they got to say rest in peace. We got to say rest in peace
for Left Eye.
Yeah, we lost
shout
her.
out Left Eye. Rest in peace.
Some great music while she was here, though. I ride with TLC now, Waterboy.
I do too. I think we all do. I think we all ride with TLC, and I got to say, like, that's called gangster-esque. You cheat on me, I burn your house down.
That is gangster.
That's it.
Yeah. I do own TLC Records, by the way. Yes.
Nice. I support that, man.
Surprising, right?
Shout out Chasing Waterfalls.
The guy you see on the stream right here does not look like a TLC guy, does he? Anyway, and you know what the dirty little secret about the first 2 episodes is? You know who comes off as like pretty damn likable is your boy Kirk Cousins.
No kidding.
Yeah, he does.
That's surprising.
He does.
Okay, well, give me some. Like, what's an example of like
just first,
likability?
He's very conversational. He's like, he tells story. I mean, he's just,
that's Kyle's guy now. Kyle's got the crush on Kirk Cousins.
And I was so Candace falls in love. She goes, he's very handsome. And I said, well, you know,
he's heard the good news, I think.
Oh yeah. In fact, his wife said at the end of the. What was the game? There's a climactic game that was getting so intense. She said she put in her earbuds and listened to worship music.
Yeah, no, he's big on the good news.
In the final minute while he was driving, she's like, she tuned him out and listened to worship music.
Have you heard the good news?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. But there's just something about him. I mean, you can see why Kyle loves him because he's guy is in his binder like you'll frickin' read about. Like he's in his hotel room on his binder diagramming his plays by hand all night long, and he's just all he's doing. He's just striving to get better and better and better and better and better. And he comes across as just a really team-oriented dude, kind of a humble dude.
Now they follow him into their own houses and stuff in their homes.
Let me tell you what.
That's good stuff right there.
You get out of the Bay Area and you make $20 million a year.
Yeah.
You can buy yourself a pretty nice crib.
You buy yourself a city block.
So let me tell you what. So he's got a crib in Minnesota that'll blow your doors off.
Yeah.
And they got the second one up in Michigan. That'll blow your doors off,
I'm still looking for that second one, personally. Yeah.
There's
Marcus looking for the first one.
There's a laugh track.
I feel you, Marcus.
There's a laugh track moment.
It does.
Though,
they ain't giving it away in the Bay.
So he has what's called a memory room, and he's like, I don't want to have. He goes, I want to remember everything in my life.
Ooh.
He's like, but I don't want to have it where everybody can see it. He goes, that feels a little, you know.
Oh,
like,
memory
room.
Oh, I got you.
He goes, so our designer from the house figured out what he called a Murphy door. Like a Murphy bed.
Shout out KNBR Murph.
It's a bookshelf, it's like freaking Harry Potter.
Oh, it's like Batman's office with the bookcase.
You tap a bookshelf and it rotates around and you walk into a secret room.
What is this, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? What is this guy doing? What is this? Yeah.
And that's his room of all his memorabilia. And he's kept everything.
Does he have his laboratory back
there?
He's
got everything, including his youth football pictures, letters from his dad in middle school.
That's cool, yeah.
All this stuff. But here's the catch. And he's got all his high school stuff and all that. And he's got a T-shirt from, remember the other part where people said Kirk Cousins, you shouldn't be your guy? When the footage was released that he was in a high school singing group. Remember that one? Singing Pretty Woman.
Nice.
Dude, he's in the
support that.
He was in a group called the Extreme Tenors.
Oh, bro.
And he said, he goes, we didn't have voices deep enough to be bass. What's the deepest voice in opera?
I don't know.
It's not tenor. It's
I don't know.
Anyway,
yeah, the bass.
We weren't deep enough to be bass, so we called it. And he goes, and so we were the extreme. He goes, you put the X, and then you turn it like this, T. For the Extreme Tenors.
All right.
So anyway, and he sang Pretty Woman, the video. But the catch is that in the memory room, and this is where you enter the laugh track, he comes across as just the most likable, team-oriented guy, And then he goes, and the guy who designed my room, he goes, we're going to leave a little notch in the wall here. So there's like a little cave in the wall. He goes, that's where we're going to put the Vince Lombardi trophy.
Oh. Yeah. Well, we'll see about that,
I was
Kurt.
like,
yeah.
bro,
let's not get too ambitious.
That little notch is going to remain. And
I
said out loud in the living room, I said, there are literally 0 people in this world that think Kirk Cousins is going to win a Super Bowl.
No question about that. They're not going to win anything. And I got to tell you,
do you think Kirk Cousins is going to win a Super Bowl?
No.
Giving him zero.
I give him no chance. Look at the competition out there. And by the way, nobody loses playoff games at home like the Minnesota Vikings. They love losing playoff games at home, especially after they have a standout season. They just got run off their own field by your New York Giants, if you remember. Yeah. And that's not the first time. You remember the year they were 15-1, the Falcons roll in there and beat them with the field goal mishap and everything. They're a disaster in the postseason. So, no, I don't think Kirk Cousins is going to be filling up that Lombardi trophy room anytime soon.
By the way, a bunch of people checking. The word I was looking for was baritone.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, everybody. But you have, they actually show this. This is like, can this guy win you a Super Bowl when he was in a high school singing group called the Extreme Tenors?
Dropping this and this.
Walking down the street, pretty woman. The kind I like to meet, pretty woman.
Oh, man.
I don't believe you.
He's the lead.
I said, whoa, pretty woman.
Hell yeah.
You ride with
I want more of that. Yeah, I do. I want more. I do.
All right.
I appreciate the effort.
Anyway, we started on the Giants. We ended on quarterback. So that's what happens on the show.
How's Mrs. Kirk Cousins, speaking of pretty women?
Julie, she's pretty.
Is she part of it? Is she giving them health
the
shakes?
lead. I haven't even given you guys the main dog, and that's Mahomes. I mean, we can do all that later.
Yeah.
But
I want to hear about this
That's
this
the big
guy.
dog. That's the main dude, right? So anyway, the Giants lost 3-2. They play at 9:35 this morning, 8:35 first pitch. Pregame, and we'll do it. And it's going to be your boy Alex Cobb on the hill, which is good news. And Pat Bailey should be in the crouch, which is also good news. We'll give you the lineup when we get it. Let's go out to the UK to Liverpool, Paulie. To Liverpool. Home of the Beatles.
That's right.
Home of the Beatles. Where Mark Kinizar is covering the Open Championship next on the Sports Leader.
Morning, oh, what a beautiful day.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, over the pond we go from San Francisco to, well, just outside Liverpool, England, I believe. I don't think we're directly in the Liverpool city limits, but it's called Royal Liverpool, a.k.a. Hoylake, a.k.a. the site of the Open Championship, a.k.a. the site of what they used to call the British Open, a.k.a. the last golf major of the year, and that means our favorite, our all-time Hall of Fame friend, Mark Canizar of the New York Post, live from the UK. Mark, good morning, brother.
Hey, man.
Murphy Murph, Paulie Mac. Good morning, San Francisco from Merseyside here in hard along the D estuary, if you will.
Ooh, nice. Do I just go to the old man demo and just say, shout out Jerry and the Pacemakers, ferry across the Mersey?
You know what I mean?
Yes?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. Waterboy, come back with Ferry Cross the Mersey by Jerry and the Pacemakers.
Jot that down.
That'll get the kids going. Hey, so dude, you're there. And by the way, congrats on you going to Ireland first. You're living your best possible life, my friend.
It was a strong week last week. I almost didn't want to let you know because I know you're more of an Irish citizen than a San Francisco citizen, so to speak. But or at least as much. Let's put it this way. But I spent the week over there. Played 7 rounds in 6 days. And, it was awesome. In fact, I'm going back to Dublin on Monday when I get out of here to play Royal Dublin and have a little chow in downtown. And you have to tell me which is the best pub I need to go to.
Yeah, well, I got a long list, my friend, and you will get there. Wow, gosh darn, I'm excited and jealous as hell. All right, buddy. Well, here's my biggest problem with. I hate that this is the last major of the year, first of all. I mean, I know I'm just crying over spilled milk. Nothing's going to change, but moving the PGA from August to May, it affects my Open Championship vibe because when it was the 3rd of 4, it felt like perfect. When it's the 4th of 4, I feel like, damn, it's going to be over already, but I don't know. Am I just crying too hard about something that's long gone here?
No, I'm actually a huge fan of having the PGA Championship in August. I don't know what there's TV regions and things like that, but I way prefer to have the British be the 3rd out of the 4. I'm like you, because I love to cover golf, and there's always something to look forward to after the Open Championship. So, I mean, for me, I'm fortunate enough where I'm going to be covering the Ryder Cup in September in Rome, which is not the worst thing. That's something to look forward to, obviously. But that's, and I'm not trying to throw that to rub it in, but normally there's not, it's only, the Ryder Cup's only every couple of years. So when there's no Ryder Cup, once the Open Championship's done, I'm kind of, and I still will jump right into football as soon as I get back. I mean, the Jets and Giants are, and obviously your Niners are opening up training camp as we speak. So as soon as I get home, I jump into football. And it does feel like kind of the end of the golf coverage season because we don't really do the FedEx Cup events and stuff like that. We don't pay a lot of attention to those in terms of me covering them. So, yeah, I'm with you, man. I wish this was the 3rd. I still wish that the PGA was in August.
Yeah, there's a bit of melancholy attached to this. But the hell with that. We got to watch the golf and see the golf. So, the obvious, the low-hanging fruit here is that the easy best story is Rory McIlroy and maybe really the only compelling story. I don't know. You tell me. Is it just all Rory all the time, or what storyline am I missing?
Well, I mean, that is the number one storyline. There's no question about it. And, this week, I'm sure you probably have read, he skipped out on his pre-tournament press conference, which is what he did at the U.S. Open. I feel like maybe he felt like, he performed well in LACC, so maybe he felt like that was the formula, just kind of lay low. To me, it's just kind of a sign that he's searching for a formula because he hasn't won a major championship in 9 years. The last, it was 2014, which is when he won here at Hoylake. He went and won the PGA championship in August of that year at Valhalla, and he's been sucking wind since in the majors. I might say sucking wind. He's been playing well, but he just can't get across the line. So I feel like, he's got some mental baggage when he comes to these majors, and I'm fascinated. He's about to tee off very shortly here. I'm fascinated to see what kind of start he gets to because he's been prone to some poor starts that put him behind the 8 ball, and then he's on the back foot. So it'll be fascinating to see, what he ends up, doing today to kind of set himself up for the week.
Mark Cannizzaro of the New York Post at Royal Liverpool. They call it Hoylake, don't you know? Out there in Liverpool, England, and watching the Open Championship unfold. The leaders are, or I should say, the first round is underway. Already, a guy who, doesn't really move the needle, but the golf community sure knows him. Tommy Fleetwood, the Englishman, is one of these guys people have always taken as a dark horse to win. Strong start, 5 under, tied for the lead with a South African amateur named Christo Lamprecht. I got to give it. I mean, that's it. I'll go with Christo Lamprecht for name only. Marky Mark.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. I mean, listen, this kid just had a magical day. I mean, who knows what lies ahead? Tomorrow. But maybe he wakes up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat, going, "Jesus, I'm bleeding the freaking Open."
Yeah.
But he seems like a pretty composed kid. He's 22. He got a really lucky. He plays at Georgia Tech, which is where Matt Kuchar, famously played. Yeah, and he also has he ended up getting a great draw, and I'm sure these things are not by accident. But he's one of the guys in his group is Louis Oosthuizen, who's a fellow South African and is a guy that this kid's looked up to as a mentor. So that relaxed him. He talked after his round today about how that relaxed him quite a bit. So. It all just kind of came together for him, and I think he made a 20-footer for par on the first hole, and then it was magic from there. So, yeah, pretty fascinating. Fleetwood, as you referenced, is he grew up in Southport, England, which well because you've covered Opens up that way. It's an hour up the road from here. So he's people are willing him to try to win one of these things, and he's been, he's performed really well in these majors. I think I just did a story on it for today's paper. I think he's got 3 out of his last 7 majors, he's finished in the top 5. So, he's got game. He can go low. He shot 63 at the at U.S. Open twice. Once at Shinnecock, once at LACC last month. So, he's the kind of guy. He has not won a big tournament, so to speak. He's won 7 European events, but he hasn't won a PGA Tour event yet, and certainly hasn't won a major. So, how does he handle this? As the local boy, trying to close this thing out this week. I mean, we're only 18 holes in, as you know. This stuff can flip on a dime, and the weather's supposed to be pretty crappy for the next 3 days. It's really, really nice out
That
today.
was my question. Yeah, where are we? Are we in a still British summer? Or are we getting a little whippy and windy and rainy?
No, it's supposed to be. I think in fact, I was told one of the RNA officials said the other day that it was going to be it was either going to be wet or very wet over the weekend. I believe that was the way he put it.
The 2 options.
So it's I think it's supposed to. I know I looked it up. It's supposed to start raining a little bit later tonight, and then tomorrow is going to be a bit rainy. Saturday is supposed to be pretty bad all day, from what I'm understanding, and Sunday they're talking about rain too. And there's always just enough wind to wreak havoc as well here, as you know.
Back to Rory before I let you go, Marky Mark, and that is he's teeing off like right now, is it, with any minute now? Or
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you got to rush out there and see him. I know he's with John Rahm and Justin Rose, so they're in a big old honking group there. And listen, in this world of news cycles, we glom onto something for a day or two and then we move on. And so the LIV controversy, the Saudi Arabian PGA Tour controversy, where are we at? Like Rory, took his stand, and then PGA Tour hopped in bed with the Saudi Arabian money, and everybody got mad for like 2 days, and then we moved on. Where are we at?
We're at basically nobody knows what's going on. That's where we're at. I mean, you ask everybody, whether it's the PGA Tour people, the DP European Tour people, the RNA people. Nobody knows what's going on. The players don't know what's going on. Obviously, Jay Monahan, the PGA Tour's commissioner, who's been out for the last month or so with an undisclosed health issue. He supposedly came back to work on Monday. He's not out here. He's not here this week. But this stuff's still yet to be worked out, and it's like we've kind of been frozen in time since that June 6th stunning announcement on CNBC. With the Saudi PIF governor and Monahan, spooning with each other on a TV studio and announcing this stuff and shocking everybody. So, basically all they call it is a framework agreement. Nobody knows what the hell framework agreement is. It's become kind of a bad buzzword in the game right now. But really, there's nothing new right now. I mean, the people that are in the know don't know.
The people in the know don't know. So we'll follow that, and Rory, of course, is the face of all that. I guess I should give one last shout-out to a guy, and he won the U.S. Blanken Open, and I bet 99% of U.S. sports fans couldn't tell you his name. Wyndham Clark started nicely, huh? 3 under. So I guess, are we now about to launch the Wyndham Clark era?
It is, yeah, it's underway.
I mean, where we are, it's the Wyndham Slam. We got to start looking at
Nice,
now.
man.
I mean, it's listen, he's played really well. He interestingly, he played. I did a column on him at the Travelers Championship the week after the U.S. Open, just about just getting his feet back on the ground. And I asked him what he was up to between now and this week. And he basically he's been in Europe for like almost the last month. He had a wedding in Italy. I know a colleague of mine asked him, if anybody recognized him in Italy, and he said one person recognized him in Italy, and it was somebody he'd met already. So nobody just knows who he is. It's a great detail. He's just a totally low key dude. He lives out in Arizona. He's a member at Whisper Rock, which is where all the top pros are at. And oddly enough, one of my best buddies is a regular golf. Plays with him regularly at Whisper Rock because he's a member out there. But it's funny you mentioned that because honestly. Well, before I just kind of looked at the leaderboard when you mentioned Wyndham. I know he was having a pretty good day. I actually love Stuart Sink being up there. I know
Stewie,
he killed everybody's buzz in 2009, obviously when he ended up beating Tom Watson in the playoff. But I mean, Stuart Sink at 50 plus years old, his wife, who's a cancer survivor, caddying for him. It's not a needle mover, but it's just a freaking awesome story. You know what I mean? I love those kinds of stories.
It is. I mean, there's a couple more. Spieth's there. Jordan Spieth is right there. And Ricky Fowler is right there, too. They're all in the mix. So you do have some. Listen, you got your Christo Lamprex. You got your Tommy Fleetwood. You got your old man Stewie. You got your anonymous.
Reed is hanging around.
You got your anonymous. And then you got Spieth and Fowler, and you got them going on. We'll get you something there. We'll cook up a storyline by the end of this thing, buddy.
Oh, listen, I mean, I'm staring at the thing. You got Brooks Koepka, you got Scotty Scheffler, you got Schauffele, you got Reed. All those guys are under par. And I'd like if I may have a little shout out to our Bay Area listeners. I do have several quid on Ricky Fowler this week. So if you could think a good thought for me as the week unfolds, that would be very nice.
That is definitely. There's nothing like Marky Mark's quid, too. That's what's going on.
I like that Marky's got some quid.
All right, buddy, you know the deal. Tonight, you have a John Smith's extra smooth for me. All right, bud?
Maybe even at the Cavern Club, Paulie Mack.
Oh, why don't you do that, man? Send me some pictures if you do.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will be at the Cavern Club at some point, at some night this week, I guarantee.
Man, that's pretty cool.
Of course it is, because you are living your best life. All right, I'll get you those Dublin. Well, you got to go to Keogh's. That's it. Just start there, all right? And it
Just text me.
Okay.
Text me my list.
All right, you got it.
Because I'm all over it.
All right, man.
Buddy. You're the best,
Thank you, Mark. Always.
Go Ricky Fowler for your quid. Go Wyndham Clark for the anonymous. And, of course, go Rory for the thunderous ovation, the tears of Rory walking up 72 Sunday if he's doing it. So go get him, Marky Mark. Thanks for the time, buddy.
Good talking to you, boys. Talk to you soon.
Cheers, man. There at the very end. There it is, Marky Mark. Live from Royal Liverpool.
From Royal Blanken, Liverpool. Marky
Mark,
he's our correspondent he's global all the time. If you're new to the show, if you've been with us, you know Marky Cannizzaro. Guy's a legend. Murph, I'm throwing something on the table. Swat it away if you don't need this S. I'm just talking concepts now. It's never been done before. I don't know. I'm thinking Cannizzaro, is he brushing up against the Thalberg? Is he brushing up against the Thalberg? This guy's given a lot of good reports to the M&M show over the years.
Good call.
And as you're talking Cavern Club and golf and Patrick Reed, I'm going, maybe it's got, it's never been done, Marcus. It's never been done.
They don't give out Thalbergs in July.
No, they're one in November. But I'm just saying, it's just something that came into my brain during that interview.
It's something to think about, but there's a lot of worthy candidates.
He swatted away if you don't need it.
We are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. You want to call the man, Greg O'Donnell, at 866-496-2300. That was a really funny story about Wyndham Clark, the U.S. Open champion. He went to Italy. And he said one person recognized him, and it was somebody he already knew.
already met. Yeah. Oh, hey, man. Yeah.
Dude, guy won the U.S. Open. Hey, who recognized you? This guy, but I grew up with him. So
you want to keep a low pro, you go win some Opens.
All right. So, hey, Matt Mayoko talking 49ers next on the Sports Leader.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
All right, Murph and Mac Show rolls on a Thursday morning. Paul and Mac saying thanks for listening. You know, our good friend Steve Moskowitz stops by in the morning. He chats with us about tax situations, tax problems or challenges we might all be faced with at one time or another. And then he gives us a road to recovery, a path out. So let's talk to Steve today and see what he's got on his mind. Steve, good morning to you. Feeling good on a Thursday. How are you today?
Great. Thanks, Paulie. And here's what we have for your tax problems.
Okay.
Resolution.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people, it's like 1,000-pound stone on your back, and you can't move, and you can't function, and you just can't handle it. You know, we're all human. That happens.
Right.
So what we offer you is resolution. Look, you know I've been doing this for over 30 years.
Yep.
We're experienced people. We have tax attorneys and CPAs and our staff, and we give you resolution. Think what that would mean for you, your family, your life, your business. We want to give you your life back, and we want to do everything for you.
Hey, get some peace of mind, breathe easy, go back to sleep at night instead of pacing the halls, and get on the road to recovery simply by talking to Steve Moskowitz. You can do that by calling him toll-free, 1-888-TAX-STEAL. Also, get more information and visit Steve online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I don't want to come off like I'm arrogant. Like, at the end of the day, you still got to do what's right for you, though. And $10 million is a lot of money. But when you talk about, I know what Derrick Henry signed for. I know what Nick Chubb signed for. I know what Dalvin Cook contract previously was. I know what Christian McCaffrey contract is. He's the highest. He's at like $16 million. And I'm not even asking. Of course. I'm not even asking to be the highest paid. In my belief, I believe I'm the best running back in the NFL.
Well, there's Saquon Barkley. Mid-segment read, Saquon Barkley, who got me to the championship. Who won it? Oh, that's a Hollab. That's what happened.
Shout out Hollab. Is he still in San Francisco, Hollab? No,
he's in Detroit.
He's
slinging Square Pizza.
He split town.
By the way, Square Pie Guy's good pizza.
Detroit Pizza's taking over the whole community now. There's like spots popping up. There's one in the Mission now. Detroit Pizza in the Mission.
Running back money is become the story of the week as Saquon Barkley does not get an extension from the New York Giants, and it led to a man that our next guest covers, Christian McCaffrey, going on Twitter and saying this is criminal. This is what he wrote. This is criminal. 3 of the best players in the entire league, regardless of position. He's talking about Josh Jacobs of the Raiders, Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants, and Tony Pollard of the Dallas Cowboys not getting the deals. So one of the many storylines to talk about with Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area, who thankfully helped me out yesterday, explaining to me, like, wait, the rookies reported and nobody's writing about it. He said, no, not quite yet. They're not all on the practice field just yet. So let's talk about it. Matty, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. And you know what? Since I'm not a rookie, I did not have to report this week.
Well, so, how's your strength and conditioning, though?
Well, that leaves a lot to be desired. Right. Yeah, I have a feeling kind of like Debo when I look back on this season, I'll be going, man, I was awful. I was sluggish. I'm not going to put that on film again.
You're not going to put 2022 on film again. So, well, we'll see. Okay, is that, I mean, it's one of the stories, McCaffrey sticking up for his fellow running backs, but he did get paid. So he's the rare case, Matty.
He's about the only one. Yeah, when he signed that extension with the Carolina Panthers, he was making $16 million a year. And then the Panthers, after just, a couple seasons, decide, you know what, we don't need to pay a running back, especially where they were in that franchise's arc. And so they trade him to the 49ers. And so because of the guaranteed money that has already been paid to him, the 49ers will be paying him $12 million a year starting this season. What's kind of interesting is that as great as Christian McCaffrey was for the 49ers, and, we can parse this any way we want, whether it was, after Brock Purdy took over, the 49ers started winning or did not lose until the NFC Championship game. But also that kind of coincides, that winning streak they finished the season coincides with when Christian McCaffrey became a starter, not just stepping on the field 2 days after the trade and playing 20 snaps against Kansas City. But the Carolina Panthers rushing numbers actually went up after Christian McCaffrey was traded. That's not to diminish what Christian McCaffrey did with the 49ers, because, I would put him, as a kind of a dark horse NFL MVP pick, because in this offense, he does so much. But, NFL teams have determined that it's not good business to invest a lot of money in running backs. And, whether that's right or wrong, that's just the fact of life. And, it's Christian McCaffrey, it's Alvin Kamara, it's Derrick Henry, and then that's it as far as guys who've gotten paid. And I think you mentioned, there are three teams that put the franchise tag on running backs, Las Vegas, the Giants, and Dallas, and none of those teams even thought about giving long-term deals to any of those guys. So they're basically on one-year contracts. And then what do? Next year, maybe they draft someone. Maybe they find some middle ground and bring those guys back. But it's a position that NFL teams have clearly signaled is a disposable position, and they don't need to invest highly in that position.
Where have you gone, Eric Dickerson? Where have you gone,
oh, man.
O.J. Simpson? Where have you gone, Hugh McElhaney? I mean, it's kind of wild.
It really is. It's hard to wrap my head around it.
But, Matty, this is an industry-wide acceptance now. I mean, this is like – my crazy take is that kids coming up now, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, whatever – that their parents will advise them, hey, man, you want to get paid in the NFL, don't
run the ball.
Be a running back.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, there will still be kids who want to run the ball.
But you're right, though. It's going to be less desirable because, you can't go as far in your life if you're a running back in that league.
Yeah, I mean, the top ones get paid. The top ones, the guys we're talking about, Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, and Tony Pollard, like they're still making $10 million this season. So, I'm not sure we should feel bad for those guys, but it's the other guys, the guys who maybe are undrafted but earn a spot. I mean, let's just take Matt Breida, for example.
Right,
he led the 49ers in rushing.
Right.
And then he's kind of, he's more or less cast aside and then just kind of bouncing around. It's on one-year contracts. And so – the McCaffreys, the Kamaras, the Derrick Henrys, those guys, they've all made their generational money.
Yep.
Hopefully, hopefully they invested well and that money stretches out over their lives, which it should. But it's those other guys. Like what I found interesting this year, and there are many years where the NFL draft takes place and nobody is picked. No running back is picked in the first round.
Crazy.
What I found interesting this year was we have this element where running backs are being completely devalued, but then what happens? A couple running backs were taken in the first round. And so these teams that are drafting running backs, they recognize that, yes, it's an important position. If we have an opportunity, let's definitely take one. But when that time comes where, he becomes a free agent and we have to make a decision, let's not extend him or let's not give him that big money contract. I mean, the Falcons took Bijan Robinson, number 8 overall. And then just a few picks after that, Jahmyr Gibbs from the I guess he ended up at Alabama. Jahmyr Gibbs, by the way, he was at Georgia Tech and basically kept JP Jordan Mason off the field.
Yeah.
So that's why nobody knew who Jordan Mason was because Jahmyr Gibbs was there. Well, then Gibbs transfers to Alabama, and the Lions pick him number 12 overall. So teams are kind of saying, in one sense, they're saying, hey, running backs are important. We need them. The Falcons, we're going to take one at 8. The Lions, we're going to take one at 12. And the Lions already had a pretty good running back. But then when it comes to paying them that second contract, which is when most guys really cash in if they've performed well, that's off the table now for running backs. And running backs is, it's the only position in the world, even in sports or out of sports, when the more success you have does not lead to a better work situation. The more success you have, teams go, oh wow, he carried 250 times last year and he rushed for 1,500 yards. Well, he can't do that again. Now there's more wear and tear on him. Now we certainly can't pay him.
Well, Matty, I mean, I like your example about Matt Breida, too. That's a good one, and it made me think of Raheem Mostert because...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's kind of another middle-of-the-pack guy, but like, couldn't his agent argue that, hey, listen, without Raheem Mostert, I mean, Raheem Mostert did like 95% of the heavy lifting in the NFC Championship against Green Bay. He rushed for over 200-something yards, dragged him into the Super Bowl, so couldn't the agent, like, say, like, well, wait a second now, time out, you want to talk about value? Raheem Mostert is a guy that rushed you into the Super Bowl, essentially, that day.
Yeah, absolutely. But it takes, I've never met a team that said, the agent says we should pay this guy this much. Oh, we better pay him that much. Yeah. He ended up signing not a huge deal, relatively speaking.
Right.
With the Dolphins. So I think he's back for another year with the Dolphins, but I'm not sure the 49ers even made, much of a play. Now the 49ers, again, 2 years in a row, they selected a running back in the third round. One of them did not work out, Trey Sermon. They cut him after one season. And then the second one, Ty Davis-Price, they do like. However, they also have three other running backs ahead of him on the depth chart. So they're in a pretty good situation. What the 49ers have kind of figured out, or what their MO has been, is that they do a really good job of scouting the undrafted guys, which I guess kind of flies in the face of them drafting a guy in the third round 2 consecutive years. But they have pretty good depth at that position. And, in 6 years of the Kyle Shanahan regime, they've had 6 different leading rushers. Now,
yeah, right.
You would think that would change this year. You would think that Christian McCaffrey would lead the team in rushing for a second year in a row, or Elijah Mitchell would be the leading rusher for the second time in 3 years. But, you never know. But it just doesn't matter what you and I say, or what agents say, or even what the stat sheet says. Teams have determined that money is better spent elsewhere.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah. 100%. It's almost an unchangeable deal for running backs. Like, this is it. The market has determined how they're going to do it. And for every Saquon Barkley, there's going to be a J.P. Mason and a Ty Davis-Price and an Elijah Mitchell.
Yeah, and running back, the franchise tag every year is basically the top 5 paid players at each position, and that's how you get the franchise number. The running back position is the only position where that number has gone down over years.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is nuts.
There are 11 positions featured for the franchise. And, number 1, you know who that is. That's quarterbacks, obviously. And number 11, you can probably figure out who that is. That's kickers and punters, the special teams players. But number 10, I was going to say just ahead of special teams, but it's double what special teams is, are running backs. So you have quarterbacks, linebackers, wide receivers, D-ends, D-tackles, offensive line, cornerbacks, safeties, tight ends, and then running backs.
Even tight ends are getting the higher non-exclusive franchise tag than running backs. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And what a stare. And then, here we go. Christian McCaffrey is going to be so huge for everything. Matty, it's a great conversation, and I can't wait for next week when they hit the field and we find out about Brock Purdy's elbow. I guess 2 final questions. One, is there anything on Brock Purdy? Did anything last since we last talked?
No, have not heard anything other than, he's been in Jacksonville area or Florida area working. I haven't heard anything negative. And so I think he's been throwing since May 29th. I think that is. I think he started throwing on that, whatever the 6-month or 3-month window was. That Friday, I think it was. He began throwing the Monday before that Friday. So if you take that at face value, he was ahead of schedule. I haven't heard anything negative. He's been throwing a legitimate NFL football. The Duke, the whatever it is, 15-ounce football that the NFL uses. He's been throwing that now for several months. I don't know. I mean, the coaching staff has been on vacation, and so they're all coming back this week. But I guess the first bit of news, there will be 2 pieces of news when the 49ers open training camp. It'll be, has Nick Bosa's contract been completed? a contract that will make him the highest paid player in 49ers history, the highest paid defensive end in the league, and I don't know if he's going to surpass Aaron Donald's number at more than $31 million per year, but he'll be right up there. So that's question number one, and I wouldn't think that he would get on the field and practice without that new contract. Probably, certainly his representation wouldn't want him to, and I don't know that the 49ers would want him to either. I think they've been pretty good about just kind of good faith negotiations. And then the other thing is, what do they do with Brock Purdy when he reports to camp? Do they place him on PUP, which means he can continue to rehab, but behind the scenes he can't get on the practice field with his teammates? Or do they clear him to at least take part in practices to the point where, maybe he's just throwing checkdowns, but going through the reads? There's still a lot of stuff in the run game that needs to be ironed out. The quarterbacks do have a lot of responsibilities in the run game, so he would be able to do all that stuff, taking snaps behind center or in the shotgun, and then running those things and making the adjustments and just kind of training his eyes for where they need to be. So those will be the two major, storylines and kind of newsy things once training camp starts. Players report on the whole team reports on the 25th, and then the first practice is the 26th.
Phenomenal breakdown. Cannot wait, Maddie. Next Thursday, we'll look forward to the conversation. So be good, man, and keep that strength and conditioning up. All right, bud?
Thanks, Matt.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks,
there he
guys.
is. Matt Mayoko. Sean Estes starts the Power Hour next on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the A's in the Bay Bridge Series, Wednesday, July 26th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good Lord.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. On the mound, he broke hitters down.
And this one secures the shutout for Sean Estes.
And now on the mic, he breaks down the Giants. It's former All-Star lefty Sean Estes with Murph and Mac.
Sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And by Dolan Law Firm, the best lawyers we hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, we are in the process of hooking up with Sean Estes for another summertime conversation with the great lefty who always makes our start of our week. I always consider it the start of the weekend. By the way, Farhan Zaidi going to join Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50. I should have told you that the Matt Mayoko segment was sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. That was Maddie.
Never too
We're on
late.
to the River Islands with Shawnee here. Sean Estes out in the Midwest summer, keeping an eye on the Giants, who are out in the Midwest summer too, getting rained on and then winning, and then Doval doing his thing, and then yesterday starting a bunch of puppies and coming up short 3-2. The lineup's out for today already. We'll get into it all. But first, good morning, Sean. How are you, man?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you doing?
We're good, man. I need a summer update here, buddy, from the fog belt. I drove through. Just let it be known, I had my windshield wipers on the way to work this morning,
Likewise.
Sean. All right,
Heavy
not because
fog.
of summer rain, but because of cool fog.
Couldn't
all
see
right?
10 feet beyond the headlights.
So
It was crazy.
Paint us your summer picture here.
The Carl was thick, huh?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it's kind of a nice. It's kind of a very San Francisco-like day today up here in northern Michigan. It's cool. It's overcast, a little drizzly. But it's nice, you know. I'm not going to complain about cold weather ever. I don't know if you've seen the weather in Arizona right now. They're setting records.
I'm with you, man.
They're setting records down there. I think they've gone 10 straight over 110 degrees. So.
And is there a measurable difference between 112 and 102?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
I thought once you get over 90, it's all the same, you know?
Yeah, well, people say I have over 100. I mean, but I think it's more just, the extra 10 degrees does make a difference, especially when you get in your car. You can tell the difference when you get on those leather seats, right? When you go into the store and you get back in there, you got it. That's why I think they invented those keyless entries, to cars where you can actually start your car before you get in it.
Yeah.
I think they invented those, well, probably for the really cold winters like they do get up here in Michigan, but also for the really hot summers that you get down in south. Because if you can start that car, a couple minutes before you get in, it makes all the difference in the world at those temps. But yeah, I think that's the biggest difference is just the heat in the car, man. It's tough to even get in the car. You sweat. Yes. And so it's hot. And any way you shake it, it's hot. And I think anything over 110 is about the same.
That's awesome.
You just don't get any reprieve. When you get hot summers, a lot of places, at least you get the night where it cools off and you have some reprieve in the morning where you can get out and do some things outside. But, when it gets to that kind of temperature, you wake up in the morning, it's still triple digits. And that's when you got to get out. Find a way to get out.
Time to go.
We got to get you back. We got to get you back to the Bay Area, man. All right.
Hey, by the way, real quick, guys, before baseball, I got to hear about how the Dead went.
Well, Sean, let's just set aside about 20 then, because
it's funny. So, Sean, first of all, the shows were fantastic, and I got to say, like I said, hats off to the San Francisco Giants and Larry Baer for hosting such a really incredible event, Sean, because I got to tell you, the yard was packed to the gills. I mean, all the seats were filled, but then the entire field was filled as well. And it was GA down there without seats. So I'm going to guess there was probably 10 to 15,000 people on the field. Sean, they had the stage set up out in the center field area. So it was fantastic, man. Luminaries on hand all over the place. Larry Baer wearing a Grateful Dead shirt. You can start there. Bill Walton was in the house, and just Deadheads from all over the country. And then the level of musicianship on stage was just tremendous. I mean, they were playing at a really high level. It was like old school San Francisco, man. Really, really great stuff. Yeah.
That's awesome. I would have loved to have gone to a show. My best friend ended up going to one of them and saying how much he enjoyed it. And then I had some other friends go. I actually had a guy take a video of the Althea, John Mayer.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, John Mayer can rip. The kid is
Dude, I did not know that John Mayer was that good of a guitar player. I really did. And I think everybody kind of pictures him as kind of, when he came onto the scene as being poppy and dating Taylor Swift, and all of a sudden now he's just shredding with the Dead.
No, that's
it's
it.
Crazy.
It is. It's like, and I think that's why he's so excited by this. Like, it's a vehicle for him to just get as crazy on guitar as he wants to. Because you're right, it's not like pop songs. The Dead open things up and they really jam. And he's just got total mastery over the instrument. He's an amazing player. And last thing I'll say, Sean, is when you have a chance today, go to YouTube and enter Dead & Company San Francisco drone show, because the final night ended with this massive drone show over the right field wall. It was up in the sky. And they were doing the Grateful Dead skulls. They had the bears, and it was all done by drones. It was truly incredible. I've never seen anything like this. So look for the drone show on YouTube later today, man. It's really wild.
I'll absolutely look into that. I know the Giants were supposed to have their own drone show that was canceled, so it was nice to see they actually pulled it off.
Yeah, and I was in the yard that night, too. That was the E40 drone show, and we were sitting there at around the sixth inning. They're like, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to pull the plug on this. And everybody was disappointed, so seeing the Grateful Dead pull it off. Yeah, it was really cool.
That was, and one of the things people have said is that I guess if you get free tickets back to another game,
They're comping you for an entire game, yeah.
So, which is what we were talking about actually with the Cincinnati rainout or the suspension on Monday. How do they handle that? And I guess you got like $5 off the next day or whatever. But anyway, no, I didn't get to go to the show, Sean, but I got to tell you, I had enough people there like Paulie and others that I kind of almost got a contact high off the show in a positive way. Like I was like really enjoying their stories and really enjoying whatever clips I saw. And what really people were saying is for San Francisco, which has been getting battered by national narratives about Market Street and whatever. But it was an incredible celebration of like the best of the city and the vibe and the energy.
It really was. Yeah.
I even vibed off it from a Little League field in Petaluma. So I was still enjoying that. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's good. You probably could have literally caught a contact high just living in the East Bay, right?
I think some people did, yes.
And I think because of this day and age of YouTube and quality video, you can get on and recreate a lot of it just by going on YouTube.
Yeah.
So. But, it's never nothing like being there at the scene. And it's ear-to-ear grins all over the city for everywhere. And people felt rejuvenated by the whole thing. So kind of like the Giants, Sean. There's our transition, man. So, I mean,
right on.
I know they lose last night, and they played a bunch of puppies last night, and they lost 3-2. But, I mean, they're 5-1 on this roadie, Sean. And this is like, to me, like coming out of the break, it's like, okay, what's this team going to be, right? And to your point about Arizona, they've gone back into what you called maybe the pretender thing, right? And meanwhile, the Giants are they kind of surging here, Sean? What are you seeing?
Well, I love how they played out of the break. I really don't have a lot of complaints about what's going on with the club right now. They're doing a lot of things well. They're pitching extremely well. And to pitch as well as they have, obviously the 11-10 game put aside, it's a tough place to pitch. I mean, definitely Great America Ballpark is in my opinion, is the hardest place to pitch in the league, and that's including Colorado. You don't always get rewarded for making quality pitches. I mean, there's just some balls that go out of the ballpark that you just shake your head at, and especially when the temperatures start to get a little hotter, the ball starts to jump a little bit more. Typically, if you make a good pitch away to a right-handed batter, he's not supposed to be able to hit the ball out the other way, and they know that. The Reds hitters know that there's enough. That's where the ball likes to carry, is to right center field of that ballpark. And they know that they can wait, they can track pitches longer and know that they can still barrel balls up and get the ball out of the yard the other way. So it makes it a lot tougher task for a starting pitcher, or any pitcher for that matter, to pitch there and to keep the ball in the ballpark. I mean, especially guys that don't typically give up home runs and they can elevate sinkers out the other way. You just can't make mistakes up in the zone in that ballpark. So for the pitching staff to do what they've done, albeit that, set aside the 11-10 game, it's been pretty impressive to watch. And just the fact that they came out of the gates against the Pirates, they made a statement, and they showed the rest of the league that, hey, we're for real. We went and swept the Pirates, a team that had beaten them 2 out of 3 at home. I think they said they made a statement, not only to the rest of the league, but also more important to their division and to that clubhouse. Just, hey, we're legit. A game and a half out of first place right now. And some reinforcements coming, with some guys getting healthier. I still really like this club being a playoff team this year.
I mean, that's what we're feeling right now, getting into late July. So that leads to a couple of questions, big picture questions. One would be, the trade deadline's coming up and starting pitching. But all of a sudden, look at the middle infield.
Yeah.
Brandon Crawford goes down, and I don't know, he's on the IL. He's supposed to be back, but it seems like it'll be nagging. I don't know. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Tyro's out. He will be back, but I mean, the lineup's out again today, and they're going Schmidt and Wisely as the middle infield, and God bless the kids and all, but that's, I don't know if that's sustainable to make a long run. So, I mean, I've heard Tim Anderson, but he's having a really tough year. I've heard Paul DeYoung of the Cardinals. He's, former All-Star. Tony Kemp of the A's, who's not having a great offensive year. I don't know, Sean, do you think middle infield is needed? I mean, they promoted Marco Luciano to AAA, too.
Well, I know you're right, and that's not by design. I mean, he had been hitting the ball pretty well in AA, but they want to see what he can do at AAA in case they need him at the big league level. I mean, they in essence put him on a little bit of a faster track because of Tyro and Crawford being out. I don't think the Crawford thing is going to be a big deal. I think that his knee has been kind of barky for the last couple of years, and they know, and he knows, and he's honest with them, when it starts to get a little bit crankier than normal, it's a good time to just get off of it for a while. And usually when he comes back, he feels great. So, I mean, I'd be more worried about it if he was going to play another 5 years, right? But, you get him to be at 90%, 95%, and that's what you're looking for with Crawford. So I don't worry about him getting back. I think where you really start to, and obviously Estrada's coming back, but can you tread water, right, with those guys up the middle? With this club, I don't concern myself a lot with the offense, especially those guys hitting 8-9, because you're really going to get quality defense up the middle from those two guys. They're really good defenders, and we've talked a lot about it. I don't think we talked a lot about Wisely, but he can flat out pick it, right? So you're really getting great defense up the middle. And when you have a guy like, Logan Webb or Alex Cobb or even Alex Wood, guys that get ground balls, starting pitchers that put the ball on the ground, you save a lot of outs that way. And I know it's not sexy because you're not having offense, right? You're not providing offense from those positions, but you're also saving a lot of runs defensively. And that goes a long way, especially if you ask Alex Cobb who he wants behind him out there. He wants the best defensive team you can put out there.
Right.
And he said, I'll take my chances with the offense. I want guys to save runs. You can't afford to give that guys extra outs, especially in that ballpark. So I don't worry too much about it, especially if they're the bottom of the lineup. But as long as they're going out there and they're saving runs, right, as opposed to if they're kicking the ball around, that's a different story. But I just don't think that's going to be the case. I think they're just too good of defenders to let that happen. So I think that'll overshadow a lot of maybe the offensive, insufficiencies with those two guys. But you also don't know. Maybe they catch fire. I think a lot of people think Wisely's going to be a good big league hitter. And a lot of people have seen what Schmidt can do in spurts. That's kind of, we're just waiting for him to get back to that and make some adjustments. But like I said, I'm two things you're asking a guy here. I'm not a huge risk taker, one, and I'm also not a proponent of change. I have a tough time with change. I kind of like what I see. I like the vibe. I like the chemistry of the team, and I want to keep that intact. I just don't think you go out and you mess that up at all right now when you don't have to.
Well, that's interesting.
It is.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is.
So,
the chemistry.
I mean, you're right. Maybe they catch fire. Listen, we're such huge Casey Schmidt fans. We get excited. He drew a walk last night. He drew a walk with the bases loaded the other day. But there's just, I mean,
you want to see him do so. You want to see him do well because he's the type of a personality and a character that teams need, especially this team, right? He just provides a lot of character. That's how I describe Casey Schmidt. He's a high energy guy, but he's quirky. He's a fun guy. You have to have those guys on your team. And not only that, though, he plays the game and he has fun time. He has a great time out there. He plays fun. He plays defense for fun. That's how I look at it, right? He goes out there and he just has a good time. He knows he's good, and he makes a good play, and he has a little swag to go with it. Yeah, and so you root for those guys. You want them to do well. You want them to be big leaguers for a long time. But you're not going to be a big leaguer for a long time if you can't make adjustments offensively. And there's back in the day, you could be a defense first shortstop and still play every day. They just hide you at the bottom of the lineup. Now there's just more emphasis on offense and doing it both ways. So he's going to have to make some adjustments to stay in the big leagues and be, a guy that they believe he can be offensively. Because he's got great bat-to-ball skills. It's just a matter of being selective in the zone. And like you said, you get excited when a guy takes a walk because that's an adjustment. It really is. It's a step in the right direction for Casey Schmidt because that's not his strength. Is to go. He likes to be aggressive, and you can get away with that in the minor leagues because you get a lot of mistakes thrown in the minor leagues. But big league pitchers, they're going to exploit your weaknesses and they're going to hammer them until you can prove to them that you can make an adjustment.
It's all true, and it's so easy to root for. I mean, did you see last night, Paulie, they had that shot of Casey Schmidt wearing his sunglasses all goofy on his head and all that?
I did. He is very likable,
I've never seen those glasses before. What are those? They're out of some, Tron movie or something.
Nice. Good call. Good call.
Star Trek.
Now, it's like, so you look at the lineup, like last night they played 5 puppies. Schmidt, Wisely, VR, Sable, and Matos.
They were all out there, Is
that Bailey, Matos, you got 5.
Well, Bailey didn't even play yesterday. Today,
Bailey didn't play,
Today,
looking at today's lineup.
Lineup's out. Bailey's in the 4-hole, Matos. It's like, I'm almost wondering, is it too many? Especially when guys like VR and Wisely don't bring anything to the plate. I know, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it too? I mean, J.D. Davis is supposed to be back with a stomach bug, and I actually didn't look at today. Is Davis back out there today? I forgot. Is he?
He's not.
Okay.
No.
So,
he's not in there today. He's got a little bug, but, and he's been struggling a little bit lately, offensively. So it's probably a good day to get him off his feet, day game after night game. I mean, I've had, the doubleheader. So, yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind it. Sometimes you look at the lineup and you're like, Cobb's going to have to pitch extremely well, right? But also you're going up against a guy in Abbott, lefty for the Reds, who's been phenomenal in his rookie year. So it's going to be a tough go, whatever lineup you throw out there. Hey, and maybe you just, maybe you play defense today. Maybe you just throw your best defensive team out there and kind of just try to manufacture some runs. Hopefully, one swing in the bat will make the difference. You can get a guy pop the ball out of the yard. I mean, it's, you got Slater at the top of the lineup, which is nice. Flores is one of the hottest hitters in the league right now, hitting second. Maybe you can do some damage. You don't look at it as like you're going to have to score a ton of runs today to win because you got Cobb on the mound, who's been pretty good this year. But this is one of those games it's a grinded out game. You look at it as going to be, you might have to manufacture runs early in the game. Obviously Kapler's always an infield end guy early, doesn't matter, but you have to really play for, anticipating a really close game. So, these are the type of games I enjoy watching. I really do. I want to see what some of these young guys can do, as a unit, right? Because there's Wisely, Schmidt, VR, Matos, Bailey. You got 5 rookies out of the 9 hitters in there today. So we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, for sure. Are you, just a quick word on VR? I mean, it seems to be going the wrong direction on the big league level. He goes back down to AAA and hits. We've seen so many of these guys. Is there a grip going on? I mean, over 3 strikeouts last night. He must be putting pressure on himself.
Yeah.
He was the starting third baseman coming out of spring.
No, you're exactly right. And Kapler gave him that vote of confidence early in spring and said that, VR, I mean, this is a team that had Flores and J.D. Davis. I mean, they had guys that could play third base and have played third base at the big league level. And he pretty much said that VR's our guy. And that's, based on how he finished the season last year. He had a tremendous September. And if you remember, when he came up to the big leagues last year, he hit pretty well, and then he really struggled and went down to AAA and ironed it out, and it finished strong. So they felt that the adjustments that he made last year going down to AAA were enough to where, he's going to be a big leaguer. He's going to be our starting third baseman, and it just hasn't gone well. And I don't know what to say about that. I don't know enough about the mechanics of the swing and his swing in particular that just from a physical standpoint, that's something for to talk to the hitting coaches about. But I know from a mental standpoint, it's really tough to dig yourself a hole early as a young guy in the big leagues and try to climb out of it. You do start to put a lot of pressure on yourself. And then what happened when VR started to struggle early in the year? J.D. Davis gets his opportunity to play every day, and he's tearing the cover off the ball, and he's playing Gold Glove defense. And then you're saying, am I going to get another shot? Right now, and now I'm playing less. When I do get my opportunities, I'm going to really have to make an impression. And then you start to put a lot of pressure on yourself, and you lose confidence when you don't have, we can't produce. Now you're in AAA trying to figure it out, wondering if you're ever going to get a shot. Oh, boom, I get my shot again. Now a lot more pressure. It's a really, really tough way to go about things, right, when you're not given a job. But everybody, for the most part, has to earn their way to the big leagues, and then they have to earn their way in the big leagues. So, and so far, he's not been able to do that. So I don't know, if he's going to end up being a 4A guy, a guy that really just does well in AAA and struggles at the big league level. Can he make those adjustments? I don't know.
Yeah.
I think right now they're more mental than they are physical, though.
Yeah, it does look that way for sure. And then we just got on a positive note. We haven't talked to you since the two Duvall save, the 2-save day. We talked to you after the All-Star game when he looked good. And he's now, dude, he's bearing down on the Giants' record, 48. Brian Wilson and Rod Beck.
He's on pace to destroy that thing. Yeah.
I'm just wondering,
what is the Giants' record for saves?
48.
48.
Brian
and who
Wilson,
had that? Wilson?
Brian Wilson and Beck shared it. Rod Beck, 93. So
what did Nen have?
Nen only got 45 in a season, I think. I think 45 was his top.
That's it?
I know.
He's the
blows my mind.
Nen is the career leader, though. He's the all-time Giants career leader with 206. So that's Duvall's. Duvall's already actually moved into the top 10 in Giants career
Isn't
saves.
that crazy? That
That's
was quick.
60 career.
Yeah.
Just wondering about my question to you is about durability. I mean, we can't predict the future, obviously, but just your question about what you know about pitching a baseball in the big leagues and what you know about workloads, and is that at all on your radar, or no? Just let this young man rumble, young man rumble.
Yeah, well, the key word there is young, right?
Yeah, just turned 26. Yeah,
and it's hard, man. It's really hard to anticipate what's too much workload, right? I mean, I never had to deal with throwing 100, and I never seen guys, on a consistent basis as closers, at least when I played, that had to throw 100 miles an hour. It just seems like it's not a high effort 100 though. You know what I mean? He doesn't put, I don't feel like a lot of stress on his body. He's not a max effort guy. Mechanically, he's very sound. He's got very simple mechanics. He just has that gift of just a really, really strong, just kind of free and easy arm that just accelerates right through the throwing zone, and he doesn't feel like there's a lot of stress there, right? To me, that's kind of how I look at it. If there's a guy that is more of a max effort guy, or a guy that really has to grind through innings and throw a lot of pitches, I look at more of that than I do innings and appearances. I look at more as how the innings look. Is he really having to battle through those innings? Are they high stress? I mean, yeah, most of his innings are pretty high stress, but his personality doesn't allow it to be that high stress, right? He doesn't seem to grip the ball real tight.
Yep.
He's not a guy that's, that he's not breathing fire out of his, you know what I mean? Some of those closers that come in, you can see the heart rate picks up, and they're just, it's like their football mentality, right? They're in attack mode. He's not he doesn't look like he's completely the opposite. He's just he's just the guy. If you were out to draw up how a closer should be, he's not that guy, but he is that guy, right? So I look at more like that, just more his mentality and just how much effort he goes into throwing a baseball. And they see all that. And, yeah, they're going to manage a little bit back-to-back stuff. You're not going to let them throw 4 days in a row. I mean, you would never let anybody do that no matter what. But I think he can handle it. I think he can handle a higher workload than most guys.
They don't call him high-stress Camilo. They call him tranquilo.
Indeed.
Camilo.
Yes. High stress.
Hey, man, how about, by the way, I know we got to let you go, but there's the record for single-season saves, Frankie Rodriguez, K-Rod, 62 in 2008. Talk about a workload.
That's a lot of ball games, man.
My gosh. That's almost half the
season.
season.
You got to play a lot of close games for that to happen, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's another thing. You look at those Rob Nen years. I mean, we had really high-powered offense, Barry and Jeff and Burks and whoever you name it, JT, Rich. We scored a lot of runs, so you just didn't have a lot of opportunities for saves. But when you have a team that plays a lot of close games, those opportunities are going to happen more often, and it seems like the Giants are one of those teams. So this could be a year where Camilo makes a run at that, at least the Giants record.
I mean, he's only got 18 to tie, and for sure. And I think about workload. You were 93. You in high school in 93? Where were you in 93?
I was in the minor leagues. I was in Appleton, Wisconsin, yeah.
Nice, because in 93, Rod Beck truly gave his arm to the organization. Like, his arm was hanging off his shoulder that final weekend in L.A., and he kept saying, Dusty, give me the ball.
He'd give you the big save, though. You'd come up with it. Yep.
Yeah. No, I mean, exactly right. The shooter, he's the man. I mean, guts. That wasn't a guy that made it look easy, though, right? He always was out there, and that's the guy that you kind of look at it. That's what a closer looks like, right? When he goes out there.
I sure hope that he
arm
was
swinging, Sean. He'd be leaning forward with the arm swinging.
I hope he was as great a teammate to you as I imagine he was. Because
we love him. Yeah.
Talk about a guy.
He was the best. I mean, I always tell the story. This is my first big league game. At Candlestick that I pitched in. I came in after I pitched. He had closed it out, and I walked into the weight room. And there's shooters sitting on a stationary bike with with ice on the elbow, on the shoulder, with a Bud Light and a Smeg.
That's it.
After it.
That's my guy. That's my guy right there. Yeah.
I mean, he's
and a Smeg, totally.
We lost him.
Leagues, I guess.
God, we lost him way too soon. But how about that story about when he was resuscitating his career with the Cubs late, and he was at AAA Iowa City, and he set up that RV out in the outfield. He just lived in that RV and told fans to come hang out after games.
Smoking butts, having beers with him.
Guys came out, just hung out, propped out lawn chairs, and hung out with
after the game. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, he was having like barbecues for like whoever wanted to show up. He would buy a bunch of burgers and hot dogs. He was the best, man. We miss him.
I miss him so much. He had 199 career saves, and then just clipped past him at 206 for the Giants' career record. So he is. I just want to remember him as many times as I can. I'll remember Rod Shooter Beck. All right, Sean, great stuff, man. Fun conversation. And when are you back to the oven that is Arizona? Next week or 2 weeks?
Next week, I'll be making the track back. So,
do we have you on driving day?
On the road.
Do we have you on driving day?
I'll be talking to you on the road.
Okay, man. So, Paulie, so we gave him Jerry Garcia band last time.
Yeah.
Can you get him the dead shows? Can you get him the shows?
Are you guys widespread
panic? Widespread panic?
Oh, you like widespread
panic fans?
Yeah, sure. You know, our creative director Tony is a massive widespread panic fan. I like them to a degree. I don't know that much about them, but I know a lot of deadheads like them too.
I can make you.
My father-in-law was talking to me about him the other day because it's one of the other jam bands that people love.
How about your father-in-law talking jam bands? How about that?
That's a good father-in-law, man.
My father-in-law talking to me about World War II history.
That's
my father-in-law talking to me about.
Talk about Normandy. Yeah.
I'm a little older than you, Sean.
Yeah.
I could make you a 70s R&B playlist if you want, but the songs are only 3.5 minutes long, so it's not like a long jam. They're just tight R&B, hooky, poppy jams. So
I love it.
I'll string them together. All right, buddy. All right, man. Hey, always great. Have a great rest of the summer, bud. See ya.
Okay, guys. Have a good week.
See you, man.
Sean Estes. Come on, man.
You know what? And shout out to those late 90s Giant teams. We probably don't talk about them a lot on the show, but like that Rod Beck era with Sean Estes. Think about that infield for a second. You got Snow, Kent, Aurelia, and Bill Miller over at third.
That very likable crew.
Dude, that is a solid infield, too. You got a Gold Glover
and they had
first.
A run from 97 to 03.
People don't talk about that.
In which they didn't play. The stat was, Peter Gammons used to always dust off this stat. From 97 to 03, those Baker teams, or 97 to 03, they played like 2 meaningless games. Because 97, they won the West. 98, they went all the way to game 163.
Yeah, man.
99, they were in it to the final weekend. 2000, they won the West. 2001, they were in it till the final weekend. And 2002, they went to the World Series.
97.
They had a run, but they were in it every, and I mean in it, throwing heavyweight punches every single year.
No doubt, man. And that 97 team, that was a big deal. You remember when they clinched their playoff spot and Bonds jumped up on the dugout and everything.
Yeah.
That was that whole thing, man. That was
flying
big.
to a 49er game that day.
Yeah,
and
Brian Johnson.
Early days of some electronic communication, and Carl Stewart of the Barry News Group got the word. We were flying to Charlotte.
Yeah,
you can go cross-check actually to see where the Niners were that weekend. We were flying. He's like, the Giants just won the West.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God.
That was a big deal, man. Yeah.
So we were on our road. I got to see where the Niners played that day. Might have been Sharp. Might have been Carolina.
Now, what was the year they went to the? I confused this one with the Marlins year, but they had to go to Chicago for a 1 game.
98.
That was 98.
Yeah. And you know who closed it out?
Shooter.
As a Cub.
Yeah. That was painful, man. That was tough.
In a way, though.
Yeah.
In a way, in
for
a deep,
him,
dark
though,
part of my
for
soul.
him, yes, for
even
him.
though I was devastated because the Giants still had never won a World Series. We weren't into this Buster Posey, Madison Bumgarner, Tim Lincecum.
No.
And it was never going to happen. But there was a 0.01% of my soul that was pumped for Shooter.
Yeah, no, it was. It was a little
much.
redemption. And then, but
he's one of my top. I got to remember him as top 5, top 10 all-time Giant.
And the final thing about that era of Giant baseball, for guys like you and me, man, especially, and older, that was like the swan song at Candlestick Park, too. That was like the end of the stick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, 99, yeah. You were, and that's I'm so jealous. I didn't get to. You got to go to that.
I was literally one of the last guys out of the yard that day. I just sat there. I'm like, I'm not leaving.
I tell you my story. I was covering the A's, Angels, meaningless. A's were playing out the string. I was down in Anaheim, and I was at the press box early.
You had pangs, man. Yeah.
Well, because it was a day game at Candlestick. The A's were playing a night game that night. So I got to the press box around 3:30. It's like 4 hours before a meaningless game, and it was on TV in the Anaheim press box, and I was like the only guy in there. It was Vin Scully signing off.
No.
Dodgers blew him out that day.
Yeah, it was like
Blew him
11 to 3 or
He
something.
goes, so
yeah.
from one last time from Candlestick Park, where for one last time the Dodgers stick it to the Giants. This is Vin Scully
come on, Vin,
signing
you don't
off.
got to be like
I was
that.
Whoa, Vin! I was like, hey, you know what?
Yeah.
Maybe you're not such an America's icon. American icon.
Well,
Maybe,
he's playing his
maybe
part.
you're a D.
And
You know
by
what
the
I
way,
mean?
here's a brighter spot of that day. How about the fact that the Grateful Dead sang the national anthem that day?
Did they really?
Yes.
How come we only talk about 93?
They did. They sang. Well, it was Phil, Bobby, and
there was no Jerry.
Phil, Bobby, and
Jerry was in 93.
Donna. Yeah, correct. Jerry was 93.
Which makes it all the
that's
difference
like
in the
Giants jacket too. He's wearing the Giants jacket. I actually saw a kid wearing this is a true story. Kid one section over from me and one row in front of me, young, 20-something years old. City Connect orange Giants hat, orange T-shirt with the picture of Jerry in the Giants jacket. Oh, wow. It was like a combination of
Why
Jerry.
didn't you go down and adopt that kid?
I was giving him a fist pump, yeah.
All right, the big hit is next, and that is the Giants' middle infield and pitching situation. Trade deadline, what do you need to do? That's next on the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Hold it now.
This is Murph and Max. Big hit.
I'll take a hit. Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Base hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
1-0, Ottavino. Can't find the strike zone here. He pitches, and he hits Tyro, and he got him on the hand.
Oh, no.
And Tyro does wear a protective glove. The Giants are going to come out and check on Tyro Estrada. Adam Ottavino has no idea where the ball's going, and he just drilled Tyro Estrada.
And you hope he's okay? You got nobody left?
Nobody left. This would be a nightmare if Tyro's really hurt. Tyro Estrada's hand is broken. He's got a fracture in his left hand.
Here's Haniger, who struck out his first time up, right-handed hitter versus the right-handed pitcher, and that ball hit him on the elbow. And now he's in pain. And Dave Greshner, the Giants trainer, is on the field way too much right now. Here he comes again.
Mitch Haniger, a fractured right forearm.
Oh, my goodness.
Just what you don't want to see happen after Brandon Crawford gets a single is see Dave Greshner come running out on the field, and Gresh and Gabe Kapler come running out to first base to check on Brandon Crawford, and it looks like Brandon Crawford's going to be leaving the ball game.
Yeah, he's coming out.
So there it is, the sounds of some of the down parts of what has been a great Giants season. The Giants, of course, lost last night, 54-42. Oh, by the way, if you're in your car right now, good morning. It is the Murph and Max Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, H2OBOI.
There he is.
He's the license plate.
Hey now.
Giants baseball in 24 minutes. The pregame starts in 24 minutes.
A little morning ball.
It'll be Alex Cobb against a talented Reds young pitcher named Andrew Abbott.
Now, Murph, do you know
Giants are going with a bunch of puppies again, and that leads to our big hit, which is why they're going with puppies, and that is because of the injuries, and now we're getting to the point of the trade deadline. I'm holding the big hit sheet up to the streaming.
Yeah, look
By the
at
way,
him.
stream it on YouTube or the KNBR app on Twitch. The Giants,
Double coverage.
Today we're talking about the Giants trade deadline options.
I like our
And as
graphics.
Triple E points it.
We got a three-way graphic. No, don't take that the wrong way,
He
but we
says
got a three-way graphic going right here.
Infield, pitching, and Ohtani. Those are the three. And guys, the reason why we want to talk about this now is, we've talked about Ohtani for a while and the sweepstakes. And I've been on record saying I would not trade the farm for him.
I'm with you.
I'm also like kind of like come to the acceptance that it's likely he will be a Dodger. and we're just going to have to live in that world. Okay, so but I would not trade the farm, and I would still make a run at him in December. But that said, there is a school of thought out there that says if you are cojones to the wall and you do YOLO, live once, you go freaking get the guy.
Cojones to the wall.
I mean, WWARD, what would Al Rosen do? Al Rosen would be like, give me Ohtani.
What would Eddie D do?
Eddie D would get Ohtani.
What would Joe Lacob do?
He would get Ohtani.
Okay, so...
You're right. Those are great ways to look at it.
And those guys all have banners flapping and flying all over the place, so there's something to it. Yeah.
Okay. Would Ohtani win them a World Series this year?
That's the question.
I mean,
really.
The Braves are out there. Look at the National League right now. The team to fear is the Braves, right? Other than that, can you beat the Dodgers in a series?
I'm going to say yes. They went down there and swept them, man. So yes.
Can you beat the National League Central champ Reds in a series?
Yes.
Can you beat the Brewers in a series? Can you beat the wild card Phillies or Marlins in a series?
The only thing I don't like about that Cincinnati possibility of a playoff opponent is the fact that you got to play games in that yard, and I just don't trust.
Looks like it's not finished. Can you beat the surging, the September surge San Diego Padres in a playoff?
Are they going to surge though? That's still out there. We don't know.
Anyway, hey, Susan Slusser came on KNBR tonight with FP.
Nice.
By the way, it's nice to hear FP on the call there in that little package there, and she checked in on where the Giants sit in the Ohtani sweepstakes. Because, guys, the trade deadline is, I believe, August 1. And that would be, a week from 1 to 21, 22, 23, a week from Monday? I'll be back then, Paulie. We could be waving the wand on Monday together.
Okay.
Anyway, here's Susan on the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes from her perspective.
Waving the wand.
If I'm the Angels, I'm starting to really think hard about doing this. Now, how does their fan base respond? I don't know. I'm sure they wouldn't love it, unless they get back a haul. So I do think that teams are going to have to give up, one of their probably top two prospects, even just for a 2-month rental. This guy is he's an all-time great. He's just an all-time great. I mean, he might be the best player any of us see in our lifetimes, and that's in an era with Mike Trout. It's unbelievable. So I would do it if I'm a team. I would try to do anything to get him. I'm sure the Giants certainly have called. Why wouldn't you? And this feeling seems to be he wants to stay on the West Coast. He wants to go to a winner. That seems to be his priority. If you make a trade for him and then you win, you've probably got a leg up. If he likes it, even if maybe you don't win, you've got a leg up. But I think they're probably neck and neck with the Mariners and the Dodgers on them.
Paulie, I would say this: if we had the chance for you to take Ohtani to the Dead shows, then I think maybe we'd have a real situation of locking this guy down.
I'm not even kidding when I say I would have gotten him to sign on the dotted line. I had that power of persuasion.
During which particular tune would you say the energy crested to get Ohtani to sign?
Love where your head's at. Great question. The answer to that question is Cumberland Blues on Sunday night coming out of space. They were beating the
So if you had given Ohtani the contract right then in the middle of Cumberland Blues,
I would have been like, here's a pen, Ohtani. This is going to be how you and me are going to roll in San Francisco. And sign before the drone show starts. I don't want you to get distracted.
Okay, so here's the other part is Crawford goes to the IL.
Yeah.
This hamstring doesn't appear to be going anywhere, or the knee, I should say, the left knee inflammation doesn't appear to be going anywhere anytime soon.
Right.
And now you got a situation where you're playing David Villar, Casey Schmidt, and Brett Wisely in the infield.
Got a bunch of youngsters out there.
And listen, as Sean Estes told us, there's some that believe Wisely can be a dude at some point. I made him a hum baby once because he had a weekend where I saw him go. It was the game we went to on a Friday night. He went first to home. He can run. I was like, oh, look at this kid. He can pick it too. Casey Schmidt can pick it. But the days of being able to pick it and play are over, as I was just saying to my good friend Mark Belanger. By the way, that's in the old days. Johnny LeMaster. You used to be able to go out there and be a glove. Hey, I'm going to hit 190, but I'll pick it.
Yeah.
And managers say, I could go out there and pick it. We got big dogs at the corners. Waterbury. You could get away with a 190 hitting shortstop because you had a big old donkey on the corner at first and third.
Defense up the middle and power on the corners.
There you go.
You could get away with the recipe for infields for years.
And if I could, you could get away with a Johnny LeMaster with a Willie McCovey and a Jack Clark coming up behind him.
Or Darrell Evans at third, too.
Or Darrell Evans.
So, but now you got to the point where how long can you go with Schmidt, Wisely? I mean, Estrada, here, I'm on Maria Guardado's outstanding injury report. And the word on Estrada is he's currently rehabbing in Arizona. He is expected at sometime in August. So we're talking like maybe 2 to 3 more weeks, perhaps.
All right.
He was hit on July 2nd. So if you're going 4 to 6 weeks, what's that like?
That's coming up on.
That's what, like between August 2 and August 16. So you still have to, you got another couple weeks of games without him, right? And when he comes back, great. It's going to be amazing when he comes back, right? You just plant him at second base. But your shortstop issue is you're still on Crawford's knee. And then Casey Schmidt's like, we're excited when he draws a walk, right? So do you go get a guy? And the names you read are Tim Anderson. Now, Tim Anderson is a dude. He's just a presence, right? By the way, somebody brought up, don't forget, opening week of the season, Tim Anderson, Logan Webb, beef. I forgot about that. A listener texted that.
What was that?
A listener texted that.
That's a
they
great.
had a beef about getting in and out of the box or quick pitching or something like that.
You are correct.
And then they kept it going for a while.
Yeah.
They kept it going.
There was a little bit of barking going on, actually.
Tim Anderson
there.
had it with your guy, Bringer of Rain, Josh Donaldson. That was a situation.
Yeah, that
there,
whole
too.
Jackie Robinson story. Yeah,
that's right. So, but listen, Tim Anderson, his numbers right now are terrible. He's got minus 1.5 WAR.
Sometimes,
his OPS
you know
is
what, though?
540, dude. But Casey Schmidt called and said, bro, you got to bring up your OPS.
There's something intriguing about that to me, though, because, again, like I said about the Pat Burrell thing, sometimes a guy's out there kind of DOA, and then you bring him in, you change the scenery around.
I mean, there is that.
He gets a shot of energy, and he likes his new...
And he could come cheap because he's at the end of his contract.
Perfect.
So you don't have to burn a huge deal. Paul DeYoung of the Cardinals. Now, would the Giants and Cardinals make a trade? I can't think of a Giants-Cardinals trade off the top of my head. They hate each other, the Giants and Cardinals. But anyway, Paul DeYoung, former All-Star, guy hit 30 homers in 2019. I don't know why Cardinal fan tell me why you'd be shopping him, but he's hitting 238 with a 731. He's got 12 bombs. He's pretty, not having a dynamite year. And then the other name you hear is Tony Kemp over in Oakland, who, by the way, just executed the greatest slide of all time. Did you guys see that slide where he dove over the catcher in Atlanta?
Didn't he get called out for that, though?
Oh, was
for
he
going
out?
outside of the base path?
Don't bring it up now, Waterboy. We had an incident in our elimination game. Oh boy, don't get me going.
What
now.
are you talking about? What?
We had a pop up near first, and the first baseman came down the line. Our runner went around him, and they called my runner for interference.
Oh. What's he supposed to do in that situation?
He went around him.
Like, what do you
went around him, and they called him for interference because the first baseman kind of biffed it and kind of lunged towards our runner as he was going around him.
Little kid judgment in the moment. What are you going to do?
And the ball fell to the ground. We had a runner on first, and then they called him safe, and then they conferenced and overturned it, which, by the way, was one of two conferences they overturned.
I got to say, sounds like we're not getting a lot of calls out there based on the...
I realize that when it comes to these little magical summer runs, and shout out to Lafayette, the good people of Lafayette, they won our section last night, and they're good people. The manager's a nice guy. Shout out Manager Mike and the Lafayette crew. But you got to have, Waterboy, you got to have the breaks. You got to have a Brooks Conrad. You do. I mean, things got to go your way. You got to have, think of the things that have to go your way.
Yeah.
You got to have, during the 10, 12, and 14 run, you think about the little things that go your way. Hunter Pence has to hit a ball 3 times off a bat. You know what I mean? In 20, yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? You're right. There's a lot of bounces that have to go your way. There's no getting around that.
Only one team ends happy.
Yeah.
Only one team ends happy, Waterboy.
That's baseball, Murph. That's baseball.
Anyway, Estrada out. So can you go get middle infield? And should you go middle infield? I think the answer is yes.
I do too, based on the health factor. Yeah.
Just as much as I want Casey Schmidt to play.
Yeah.
Maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing to him to watch during a pennant race, to watch some veteran come in like Tim Anderson and say, son, come here, sit down.
And that doesn't mean Casey Schmidt can't or won't have his own moments. Like, if this thing is real in September, like, he'll pitch in, he'll do his part, guaranteed. But you're right. You'd rather have a more experienced, steady hand, like in that kind of situation.
Now, my only question is, when you're looking at the trade market in the next couple of weeks, are you trading for somebody that's going to have an everyday role, or are the Giants going to be more interested in a utility type player? Because I think we all agree that Thairo Estrada, when he's back in the lineup, he's the everyday second baseman. Now, with Brandon Crawford coming back, him and Casey Schmidt have been platooning.
Yes.
So if you throw in a Tim Anderson, who mostly only plays shortstop, a Paul DeYoung, I was actually looking at a guy like Brendan Donovan from the St. Louis Cardinals. Okay. He plays all over the infield, first, second, third.
Are they willing to move him?
Well, you look at the Cardinals, they're in last place in one of the worst divisions in baseball. So maybe he's on the market. And if you're talking about last place teams, why not look at the New York Yankees and a guy like Gleyber Torres or even DJ LeMahieu, who's a utility player also?
Okay.
By the way, look at you embracing last place.
Yeah. Look at the acceptance now.
It is what it is, boys.
That's the hardest part, is accepting. I mean, I got a last place
Donovan is a nice young player. I don't think they would move him. He's 26 years old. He's got an 802 OPS right now, 284 batting. If I'm the Cardinals, I hang on to him. I move DeYoung. But anyway, listen, to me, the answer is you go get somebody. And if Tim Anderson comes cheap, by the way, be a very Brian Sabian wasn't afraid to go pick up a middle infielder who was having a terrible year. Where's my man Copes? Can I get a Copes chuckle? Do you remember when they picked up, I think it was Orlando Cabrera from the Cleveland Indians?
Come on, man.
And he was like,
I do.
They threw him out there. They're like, we might as well. You know what I mean? See what happens. You know what I mean? It was like, dude, he ain't. You know, you know what? Just for fun to wrap up the big
give me
hit,
some numbers. Yeah,
Let's play the Farhan sound of when he gave his press conference about his feelings on trading for middle infield, and then I'll give you the Orlando Cabrera Giants tenure here. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we still don't really know. I mean, something like the injury that he has winds up being a function of guys can ramp up if they're asymptomatic, if their comfort level allows them to do so. So it's still a little bit unpredictable. I do think the middle infield, as we look at it, and with the uncertainty around him, getting a little bit more offensive stability from the middle infield is going to be something that we take a look at. You know, Craw has definitely been swinging the bat better after a little bit of a slow start in April, so that's been good to see. You know, some of the younger guys in the mix at second, certainly Casey, Brett Wisely, we think those guys have a chance to be good offensive players. So, you always hope that the solution comes internally, but, we'll have to look at that as a potential area to go out and get some help.
Okay, let's be honest. See, I mean, he said Craw's swing. No, look at Crawford, Schmidt, and Wisely's offensive numbers. It ain't happening, guy.
They're not buying it, guy.
So they might have to go get a guy. And by the way, Orlando Cabrera, 2011, when the Giants were trying to make a run, the Beltron year.
Yes.
Played 39 games for Brian Sabian's Giants. Hit a robust 222 with a 510 OPS. It just didn't really work out there. But as Copes remembers, he wore number 6 here as a Giant. Casey Schmidt's number. By the way, keep Orlando Cabrera in your pocket for Immaculate Grid. Expos, Red Sox, Angels, White Sox, A's, Twins, Reds, Indians, Giants.
He could solve a lot of problems on that grid.
He could solve a lot of Immaculate Grids there. All right, guys, there you go. There's your big hit. We'll continue to ponder that trade deadline situation, do the cooler content, and then do Giants pregame in 11 minutes on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
George Conto stopped by the Pop and Lynch show yesterday to talk about whether or not the Giants should be interested in Shohei Ohtani at this year's MLB trade deadline. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
So, Paulie, what is so you heard the phrase, the gift that keeps on giving.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody used that in an ad campaign. Who was it? I don't know, Ace Hardware or something.
And that phrase has been used in so many different situations. I forget what the original gift that keeps on giving really was. I don't even know where it started.
You know what it is now? It's Gabe Kapler's Instagram.
Oh, okay, good.
Really? Is that what you imagined?
That's the best answer I could have looked for.
He's in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And he's dropping gold.
No,
Or should I say he's dropping cinnamon? Because
cinnamon?
This is his latest
cinnamon
drop. Okay. This is his latest post from this morning in Cincinnati, Ohio, the Queen City.
All right.
And he is going to give you some serious science on his favorite Cincinnati coffee shop. in pure Gabe manner. Everything about this. Take a listen.
Our coaching staff has a text thread called Coffee Drip. Everyone drops scores for vibes, beans, workspace, etc. And Deeper Roots in Cincy gets high grades, so I guess I can't call this one sneaky good. I endorse any spot with a plant in the window growing out of a glass Topo Chico bottle, so yeah, I'm in on this place. Solid black Americano. I keep my hand in these shots so you know it's actually me out there drinking this coffee and eating these burgers. Final note, I've been experimenting with a good bit of cinnamon in my coffee later in the day. Adds a touch of sweet to the spice. Give it a shot and let me know what you think.
Oh, dude, I don't even know where to begin.
I think we can reach.
You're right.
I think there should never be any other cooler of content than that.
I mean,
shout
out to cinnamon. Okay,
I'm gonna go 3 medals on that. The bronze medal goes to him shouting out the plant growing out of the Topo Chico bottle.
No, that's to me almost number 1 right there.
The
yeah.
silver medal goes to the vibes, beans, and workspace.
Vibes, beans, workspace.
The Gabe Kapler story.
And the gold medal goes to I keep my hand in these videos so you know it's me.
So you know it's me. And he's got a hell of a hand.
Drinking these coffees and eating these burgers.
I mean, listen now with this whole bit. Like how about I've been experimenting with cinnamon?
I keep my hand in these shots so you know it's actually me out there drinking this coffee and eating these burgers.
I got to tell you.
This man is a fellow. He's an artist. He's a genius.
He's a great gift to this radio show we're doing. I'll tell you that because we've never had sound like this.
He laid beats in there too, by the way. Those are his beats.
What are you talking about?
I mean, no, I'm saying he chooses the tracks. You know what I mean?
I was going to say he's not home making beats. I was going to say, wait a second.
I endorse any spot with a plant in the window growing out of a glass Topo Chico bottle.
And that, by the way, featured a visual of the Topo Chico bottle.
We have gone so far from the Billy Martins and the Bruce Bochy's of the world. It's just hard to keep up. Now, Murph, just the whole cinnamon community out there and the cinnamon culture, if there is one, I would say 2 things. One, it's a great name for a stripper. Let's be honest. Great exotic dancer name.
Cinnamon Coffee?
Ladies and gentlemen,
As
here
a
she
two
comes.
names?
Cinnamon.
Yeah,
And she's
Cinnamon
out
Coffee
there.
even. You know what
Cinnamon's out there doing her routine. And then secondly, Neil Young, shout out Cinnamon Girl. Got a great track, Cinnamon Girl.
For sure.
Yeah,
Let me know what you think.
By the way,
let me know what you think.
Here's how mesmerizing this guy is for me. That I am a black coffee guy for life. I'm actually at this point now like a lemming thinking about sprinkling some cinnamon in because Gabe has that kind of power.
Well, if you want
Gabe
real
has
talk,
that kind of power.
And I'm sure that Candace will join in with like a dozen things that I have never even thought of. But I will tell you this: if you want to get real talk, I can't believe we're getting here. But if you want to have some real talk on cinnamon, you know what I like to put some cinnamon on? I'm dead serious. Is French toast. You drip it all over the French toast.
I think that's fairly common.
Standard.
I did that growing up. My mom gave me that. It's funny. She would give me that little cinnamon container, and I couldn't control how much came out.
Yeah, you get a big pour.
Boom! A big clump came out. Like, oh, I ruined my toast.
Cinnamon intake.
Because when you do it nicely and drizzle it evenly with the butter, Polly.
That's the key. And Marcus, what's your go-to kind of exercise with cinnamon? What would you put it on?
Oh, cinnamon? Well, I'm a big fan of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, the cereal.
Okay, Cinnamon Toast.
I don't add any more cinnamon on it.
All we're doing is eating Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Oh, dude, Power Rankings one of the top cereals.
Now, you know what Dad's doing? I'm going in, I'm pouring the dry in the hand and shoving it in.
Sure.
Sure. So, you know what I mean? Sure. I don't go through the kitchen without stopping, pouring some in the hand.
Give me a handful.
And then you get that's my cereal. You know what I mean? Hey, yeah, but guess what? It's mine now.
I've been experimenting with cinnamon.
We had some other stuff. We're not going to get to it because that was too amazing.
I've been experimenting.
Because, Polly, we're about vibes, beans, and workspace.
Vibes, beans, workspace.
Okay, so here's the deal. We get to do Giants pregame. Danny Dunn is here, Dangerous Dan. We do Giants, Reds pregame right now on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Vibes, beans, workspace.
All right, you know we love the North Bay, world-class beauty. What a wonderful place. Now a world-class secret we want to know called Marin Health. Yeah, it's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
From Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, a hot and muggy day here as the Giants and the Reds get ready for the final game of this 4-game series. An opportunity for the Giants to make it 3 out of 4. They'll turn to the all-star right-hander Alex Cobb today. Andrew Abbott, a rookie left-hander, has been very good for Cincinnati. He'll get the ball for the Reds. I'm Joe Rizzo along with John Miller getting you set for Giants baseball on the radio. Our full pregame show here from Cincinnati is coming up next.
Hey, everybody, it is July 20th in Giants history, and we're going all the way back to 1988 in the middle of the Hum Baby era, 1 year after the 1987 NL West title, 1 year before the 1989 NL pennant. And on July 20th, 1988, we're going to get a little preview of the 89 NLCS when the Giants face the Chicago Cubs and Will Clark faces Greg Maddux. If you know your Giants history, you know the deal. On this one, 7-20-88, the Giants were leading the Cubs 4-1 at Wrigley Field. We're in Chicago, top of the fifth, and here he comes, number 22, Will Clark. Now, at this time, Greg Maddux is just 22 years old. He's still figuring things out, and he's still trying to figure out Will Clark.
3-2 pitch by the right-hander, and that swung on, hit hard into left field. Back goes Palmeiro, and that is over the fence for a home run. It just got over the fence, and Clark has hit his 21st home run of the year, and it is now a 5-1 game.
Yeah, we'll see that story a year later in October 89, but on this one, 7-20-88, the Giants romp at Wrigley, get a 12-2 win. Will the Thrill, 3 for 4, 4 runs scored. Donnell Nixon and Brett Butler each had 3 hits. And Stanford's own Mike Aldretti drove in 3 runs. Kelly Downs allows just 2 runs in 7 innings, gets his 9th win. He also got 2 hits and scored 2 runs. That was July 20, 1988. And before we go, one more, if you know your U.S., world, and Giants history, you know July 20, 1969 was the day man walked on the moon and the day Gaylord Perry pitched great for the Giants. Yeah, 7-20-69, little hubbub up in space. But after giving up 3 runs in the top of the first, Gaylord Perry settles into a groove, goes the distance, and the Giants 7-3 win over the Dodgers, 32,000 on a Sunday afternoon, and Gaylord Perry hit a home run in that game, a solo homer. Willie McCovey gave the Giants a 4-3 lead with a 2-run homer. That was his 30th in his NL MVP year. And the win was Gaylord Perry's 12th of the season, moved the Giants into a second-place tie with the Dodgers, 1 game behind the Atlanta Braves. That was July 20, 1969. Happy Moon Day, everybody. And this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history. All right, we get to do another pregame, this time from Cincinnati, the Queen City, where the Giants finish up a sort of an odd little 4-game set because they didn't finish on Monday. They did 2 on Tuesday. Squeezed one in yesterday and now have an early one today. But hey, a memorable one so far because the Giants took 2 out of the first 3. Looking to take 3 out of 4 today with their guy Alex Cobb, the All-Star on the mound, against bright young Reds pitcher Andrew Abbott. We got, speaking of stars, Joe Rizzo on the talkback. Joe, you're sounding great as always. Welcome back to the Murph and Mac pregame. Yeah. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks, guys. It feels like we've been in Cincinnati for about a week.
I bet.
It's been a kind of a weird series, like you said, with the suspended game and the starting and the stopping. But through it all, it's a chance to take 3 out of 4 against a really good team, and it's hard to find fault with a 5-1 record thus far on the road trip. But still kind of daunting because there are 2 more cities to go on this trip, right? With Washington and Detroit. So the club, it's a tall task, and it's hot and it's humid, and they're not healthy right now. But we'll see if they're up to it. Should be a good one today.
So my app says high of 88 today. It's currently 80. And is there actually a threat of any kind of liquid from the sky?
Yeah, it does look like later on this afternoon there is a possibility of some thunderstorms. I've seen some conflicting reports as to whether or not we are going to get some wet weather, but it is possible, which is not what you want to see on a getaway day. Now, it's not a particularly long flight for the team to go from Cincinnati to Washington, D.C., but they want to get through this without any more weather issues. They've had plenty of those already on this trip. And then hopefully get to Washington at a decent hour later on tonight.
Talking to Joe Rizzo here on the Talkback as the Giants take on the Cincinnati Reds today at just coming up at 9:35, and it should be a really nice one for the Giants to go get. Now, we talk lineup here because yesterday, Joe, 5 puppies in the lineup. Casey Schmidt, Brett Wisely, David Villar, Blake Sable, and Luis Matos. I mean, we're getting to this point now where, I mean, the youth movement is beyond movement. It's a youth arrival here.
Yeah, they're all there. And the Reds are kind of the same thing. I mean, these are the 2 teams in the National League, maybe more than any others, that have relied on rookies and second-year players to really carry the load. And maybe not according to plan for the Giants when they were kind of, mapping out how they thought the season was going to go. But we know the storyline, how they've certainly provided quite a spark through the turnaround in May and June. And now you're getting to that point in the season where, it's the long road trips and the tough weather and a lot of time without any days off, right? With 13 straight days they're playing. They're asking a lot out of these young guys. And I think it was notable that Patrick Bailey wasn't catching yesterday. Gabe Kapler has said, he's a young guy. He's a rookie. He's never played this much before in his life, really. So we have to find these spots for him where you might think he should be in there, but to keep him fresh for August and September and hopefully October, you gotta give him a day here or there. And with the day game after the night game, and Bailey and Cobb have worked so well together, especially in these last few weeks. It seemed like a good time to get him yesterday. He's back in there today, and you're right, Matos and Schmidt and Wisely and VR is going to get another chance at third with J.D. Davis still a little under the weather. So good test for the young guys here this afternoon.
Good stuff. Hey, Joe Rizzo is on the call. We will take a quick break and then talk a little bit about some of these infield choices the Giants are making here next as the Giants and Reds pregame show continues on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, we're back with Joe Rizzo in Cincinnati as the Giants and Reds get ready for the finale of a 4-game set. Hoping to get this one in nice and dry. So infield, Joe, we're looking around. You got at third base, David Villar's back out there. Just, he had a tough night last night, 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts. And J.D. Davis is, the Giants guy, but he can't go?
Yeah, it sounded like this was as of about an hour ago. Gabe Kapler saying that J.D. about 70% right now. He's dealing with this stomach virus, why he didn't play or pinch hit late in the game yesterday. They're trying to get him ready to go to where maybe he could come off the bench at some point today, but at least to start, it's going to be David Villar. Obviously, Villar had a tough day yesterday in his first game back after the recall from Sacramento, but it feels like with Villar, he just needs that confidence-boosting game. I mean, we saw at the end of last year, he put together a really nice final month. The Giants know that it's in there, that he can have success at this level. But searching for that confidence, and he'll get an opportunity today against the lefty Abbott.
And at second base, Brett Wisely, obviously Tyro's out, so they're stitching in with Crawford out, Schmidt over at short. My question just for you, Joe, as we wrap up here, is Wisely on offense, hitting a $192. Do the Giants, when they talk about him, do they think he can be a productive offensive player, or is he just going to be an old-fashioned defense-first guy?
They do think he'll be a productive offensive player. Now, they're putting him into maybe a larger role than they anticipated when the season started. You remember, Brett Wisely in the minor leagues last year was basically a double-A guy. He had hardly yet played in triple-A, but he was so impressive in spring training that he got a chance to get in some of those early season games. And obviously with Tyro being out, now playing a leading role. And I think everybody was encouraged with the game that Brett had here 2 nights ago. I mean, what did he see? 35 pitches in his 5 plate appearances. Just had a real advanced approach, and it wasn't something we were seeing a whole lot of from Brett Wisely in those April and May games. So I know not a whole lot happened for him yesterday offensively, but the game he had here 2 nights ago, I think they believe was a big step in the right direction. And look, Tyro's going to be out for a few more weeks, and obviously Brandon Crawford's going to be out at least the next week, so Casey Schmidt's needed over at short. So Brett Wisely is going to get these opportunities at second base, and even as a left-handed hitter, he's in there against a left-handed arm today with Abbott going for the Reds. So talking with Gabe Kapler and members of the coaching staff, they are all Brett Wisely believers,
okay.
But he's a rookie. He's a young guy. There's going to be growing pains, and they're trying to figure their way through that while still competing in a pennant race.
All right, Joe, final question. Did you even pack a windbreaker and or jacket? Have you gone short sleeves like 8 straight days now here?
Only short sleeves. I didn't bring a jacket. I didn't bring a pullover.
You don't need them.
There's no need.
No,
Joe,
it's just a waste.
I want you to know
yeah.
that I wore a parka into work today. Okay.
Well, so did I. Yeah, I got layers on. Yeah.
Yeah. No, we walked back to the hotel here in Cincinnati. Yeah. It's close enough, and we walked back the first night. A little bit of rain. It felt good.
Yeah.
It's like 85 degrees. A little bit of rain actually is kind of nice.
You can travel light. That duffel bag with no jacket in there, man.
T-shirts and shorts.
Great call today. Safe journey down to the nation's capital,
Joe.
And it's been great hearing you this summer. Have a great call.
All right, thanks, guys.
Joe Rizzo. Hey, Diamond Notes next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, Paulie, we got Diamond Notes. Diamond Notes as written by Triple E, so all disclaimers on factual accuracy. Let's go
You've
places.
been warned, yes.
Pardon me. I have segment 2 in front of me here,
Okay,
Paulie.
let's go with one first.
Do you have segment 1 in front of you?
I do. You wanted to use this
why
one?
don't you hand me
Go
that
ahead.
over here, Paulie?
Let's share.
Thank you
Puff,
very
puff,
much.
pass.
Starting pitchers today are sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Alex Cobb taking the bump for the Giants in today's getaway game in Cincinnati. Of course, we call him now All-Star Alex Cobb, and he's been one of the most reliable arms for the Giants this season, of course. How about this? Third best ERA in the National League.
That's great.
2.82.
That's awesome.
Best in the majors.
Nice.
Top 10.
Putting in some work.
He's only allowed 13 runs in his last 17 starts. So, if we're going to try to analyze the numbers here, Triple E says if there's one weakness, it's been road starts. His ERA on the road is more than 3 times higher than at home. 1.24 at home, 4.15 on the road. Now, fortunately for the Giants, the team has still played very well in his starts away from Oracle. Ernie, ready for this? Despite that ERA I just threw at you, they're 8-2 in his road starts. 8-2 in his road starts.
And I want you to know, based on the last segment you just read, I just got a song idea for Cobb. Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, just got a good one. So I got to thank you for that. Yeah.
By the way, that's when the Murph and Mac Show invades Diamond Notes, right? Also going to tell you that he's faced the Reds 5 times in his career, 4 times as a starter. He's 2-1 with a 1.48 ERA. He has made 2 starts at this park that we think is so weird, Great American Ballpark. He's 1-0 with a 1.38 ERA there, and has held opposing batters to a 190 batting average there. So he has decent history in this park. For the Reds, it's lefty Andrew Abbott. He's one of their bright young arms. He is 4-2 with a 2.45 ERA, and somebody the Reds are very, very high on. Paulie, I now hand you the script here.
All right, let's take the sacred scroll here.
Of the Diamond.
We're going to get into it now, Murph, as we tell you it's time to identify the X Factor in today's game, sponsored by Casino Matrix. It's Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? You can just drop in, call 1-800-GAMBLER. So, Murph, today's X Factor is anybody with catcher eligibility on the San Francisco Giants, specifically Blake Savel and, of course, Patty Bailey. So between the two, the Giants have posted a 791 OPS, which is the 4th best mark in the bigs from the catcher position. Their 42 RBIs are tied for the best mark in the bigs with Bruce Bochy's Texas Rangers. How do you like that? Now, the power from behind the dish was on full display last night when Sable launched his 11th home run of the season. His 11 bombs and 35 RBIs are both tied for 10th among rookies in the bigs. Very impressive. Let's keep that going, and we'll be back with more Diamond Notes next. And let's go places right now with the Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. The Giants aren't the only National League West team with an early start time today. You got the D-backs facing the odds-on World Series favorites right now, the Atlanta Braves. That game gets off at 9:20 this morning in Hotlanta. The Padres also going to get things going early this morning. North of the border, they're up in Toronto taking on Brandon Belt and the Blue Jays. That's a 10:07 first pitch. Dodgers and Rockies both off today. Let's look now to see who's hot. Sponsored by Valley Heating, Cooling, and Electrical, voted best in Silicon Valley and a Lennox premier dealer. So Wilmer Flores has been sizzling for the Giants as of late. In his 45 at-bats, he has recorded 19 hits. That's a .442 average with 4 doubles, 3 bombs, 6 ribbies. Keep it up, Wilmer. Also 7 runs scored and 2 walks, Murph, over the last 13 games.
All right, go Wilmer, go. And we finally end with today's Keys to the Game, sponsored by Stevens Creek Lincoln. Experience the power of sanctuary at Stevens Creek Lincoln today. So Triple E's key to the game today, aside from beating the rain, which might come in the late afternoon there, the Giants need to continue to put up runs late in games. This is an interesting stat. They've been one of the best teams at scoring late in games this season. They've pushed 111 runs across the plate in the 8th inning or later, and that is the 3rd most in the major leagues. And don't forget, guys, if you fall behind early, don't fret. The Giants have 26 come-from-behind wins this season. That's the 5th most in the majors, and 20 of those comebacks have come since May 15th. So the only team with more comebacks in that time frame is actually in the dugout across the diamond today. The Reds have 21 comeback wins.
Nice.
As Waterboy was saying, this could be a possible playoff preview.
Ooh, baby, let's go.
Giants-Reds. 12 of the Giants' 20 comeback wins since May 15th have come on the road. So don't give up the ship if the momentum goes against them early. All right,
okay,
Paulie,
buddy.
That is a Giants pregame
That's all
show
we can
for you
do.
and me.
Yep.
You're doing another one of these Monday.
I'll be here with Marcus. We got it.
In Detroit, you got that on lockdown. We're going to turn it over to the great broadcasting team and Dangerous Danny Dunn. Giants Reds today. And next up is Around the Park with Dave Fleming. And today's guest, the former Giant Kurt Casale. Should be an enjoyable conversation as Giants pregame continues on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.